Okay, so we'll reconvene now in work session, April 7th, 2020. Here in the room around the table, we have Commissioner Pam Trees, Commissioner Jerry Willey, Commissioner Dick Scouten, myself, Chair Harrington, Commissioner Roy Rogers, plus we have our senior staff here at the table with us as usual, as well as staff in the room. And currently, we do not have anyone dialed into the meeting. So we have 3 items left on our agenda prior to our breaking the work session into Zoom conference training at the end. We have Budget Committee member recruitment, followed by fiscal year 2019-2020 financial update number 3, and then the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice through the consolidated plan. So, I don't understand how my computer is doing this because it's not on the web. Interesting. Hi, Jack.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Hanson. I'm here to start with Budget Committee recruitment overview for you guys. And we have the PowerPoint going. So we are definitely in another year of budget season. And then as you are all aware that we have 3 budget committees that oversees the county's budget. So we have some vacancies on the budget committee. For the Washington County and the SDL number 1 budget committee, we have 2 vacancies this year. And then we received 12 new applicants, and 4 previous applicants are still in the pool, and 1 previous member that's reapplying. For the ESPD URMD budget committee, we have 4 vacancies this year, which is quite a few, 4 out of the 5 lay members. And 3 new applicants applied, and 5 previous applicants and 3 previous member reapplying. For the North Bethany County Service District for Road Budget Committee, we have 1 vacancy coming up this year, and we had 2 new applicants and 2 previous applicants that's in the pool. So for our advertisement of the recruitment, we actually took advantage of 2 separate media releases, one on December 3rd, 2019, and then another one on February 25th, 2019. For the recruiting criteria, we specifically looking at the current residents of Washington County, which is required by statute, and then also the additional interview questions we have implemented in there is the interest and the intention to join the county's budget committee, the background and skill set that the candidate can bring to the committee's work, and very importantly, the budget committee's influence on the county's DEI initiative. So because we have more applicants than what we have vacancy for, I actually took the time and interviewed every candidate and pre-screened their intention on joining the committee, their background, their skill set, as well as their take on the committee's work in advancing Washington County's social equity. So that's our recruitment process there. And with that, along with the agenda item, I have provided applicant matrix for each budget committee that you can see the full list of all of the candidates as well as all of the applications, including the candidates' information on there. So staff, after all of the screening and the interviews, staff has a few recommendations to each one of the budget committees. Obviously, we can discuss each one of them. For the Washington County and the SDL number 1 budget committee, is staff's recommendation to appoint Leroy Bentley, who is a previous member, previous chair actually, and then he has a very established knowledge of county's current priorities and the budget structure, very established understanding of the county's budget committee's process, as well as the county's priorities. And then also staff is recommending Karen Bowling with a termination date of June 30th, 2022. She is a previous ESPD URMD committee member who just expired this year, and it is her passion and intention to help the county in a different capacity, and that's why she applied for the Washington County and the SDL number 1 committee instead. And then she has a very extensive DEI experience in her professional career and the community involvement as well. And for the ESPD URMD committee, we have 4 vacancies, and staff is recommending reappointing the Anthony Mills as he is a prior committee member, prior chair actually, that's reapplying, very established knowledge of the county's current priorities and the budget structure, established understanding of the county's budget committee process as well. Melissa Laird, who is a new applicant, and she is currently a member of URMD advisory committee, and then also volunteer experience with the sheriff's office, so very dialed into the county's priority as well. And then we also have Stephen Barron, who is an applicant from prior year, still interested in serving, current member of the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, also extensive knowledge of public sector financial management, which adds to the skill set. And then lastly, we are recommending Raymond Erg Jr. He's an applicant also from prior year, still interested in serving, and then also a current member of URMD advisory committee, very passionate to be involved in serving the community and advancing the county's initiative in social equity.
It's Ray Eck.
I'm sorry?
Okay. It's not Raymond Erk, it's Raymond Eck.
Oh,
Ray
my
Eck.
apologies
Yeah.
for the typo in there. Well, definitely correct that in the official record.
And could you go back for a second? You had mentioned that Anthony Mills was a prior committee member, so he's reapplying, but the chart says he's being first appointed this year. So,
Actually, the chart shows all of them being appointed.
yeah, so
First appointed.
something's not right.
Actually, yeah, a week ago.
Okay, I can double check the chart. I think maybe what I meant to include in the chart is the reappointment date rather than first
Yeah,
appointment
but
date.
first appointed is supposed to be when they first started serving on this committee.
Yes, my apologies for
I'm
that.
being serious about that and consistent about that because that is a concern that I have, is that we just keep recycling the same folks over and over and over again.
Right.
And of course, any member who's been on the committee had better be content proficient, going year over year. But to use that as a reason for reappoint and continuously reappoint does a disservice to ensuring that we continue to work on diversity in our community. So I'm really confused by this recommendation. So I know I would be asking for corrected information before I individually vote.
Absolutely. We actually, that's the whole point of the process, is screening through every candidate and really comparing the candidates based on the DEI efforts, skill set, and really the intention to serve. So I can definitely assure the board in staff's process, it's being a previous member, it's really just a character setting criteria in there, but it's not a consideration. So. Okay, North Bethany County Service District for Road, and we have one vacancy over there, and staff recommendation to appoint Bruce Young, who is an applicant from prior year as well, still very interested in serving, very actively participation in the CPO meetings, multicultural personal experience, and a very strong advocate for diversity in the community. And that is the three committees. So I would open it up for any questions that you have.
Staying with that same thought, under the North Bethany County Service District, it says that all of the current members were appointed at the same time in 2018. So does that mean, is this a new committee, or all the other ones quit, or, I mean, so is that?
Yeah, that is actually my mistake. It's I should update the matrix better.
Yeah, and I don't mean to point out your flaws in this, Jack, at all. I just, they kind of jump at me and say, because for me, a blend of longevity and new people is important. So I like to see if we're maintaining that, similar to what the chair is talking about. We need to put some new blood in there, but I'm not advocating we throw the baby out with the bathwater either. So it's important that the dates that we have when they were first appointed is accurate.
Absolutely, and I will get that column. It appears that that column has some incorrect data in there for all of the committees. I'll definitely make sure this data is updated and provided to the board before the formal board meeting.
So how about this? Why don't we get corrected information? We do have a work session next week. Why don't we sync up on it again at work session next week and then have the actual appointment the week following that?
Absolutely, we can definitely do that. Yeah. All right. Thank you, and
The one thing, well, no, never mind. I'll hold my question for the next topic.
no, we would definitely be happy to provide any additional information before the next week's work session. So,
So my question has to do with the calendar, and it's with the financial updates.
oh, got it. All right, so ready for the next topic?
And I misspoke about the agenda for this afternoon. We do need to sync up on the business assistance. And so I was just wondering, do you want to do that before or after the comp plan item? Is there a preference?
I think we want to give you opportunity and the other
Yeah.
commissioners opportunity to at least take a few minutes to look at it.
Yeah.
So when you're ready, you let us know, and we're ready. Alex is at the ready in the back of the room when you're ready.
Okay. Alex, are you prepared to sit through the whole work session? Okay, we'll just come back to it then. Okay,
Or you
great.
can listen to it upstairs, and we give him a 5-minute warning. Or
All right. You're ready either way. That's awesome. Okay, thank you. Okay, now on to the Washington County financial update.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide you an update on Washington County's financial situation. And today's agenda, we have 4 parts in this presentation. The first part is fiscal year 1920 financial performance. That is a regular item that we review with your board. And also the current economic condition. The third item is general fund 5-year forecast, which we also regularly bring back to your board. And the last item is the fiscal year 2021 budget development, which CEO will take a lead in presenting that part. So let's get started with the first part of the agenda. It's fiscal year 1920 financial performance. So to start off, we have this chart that shows the county-wide performance for this current year plus 2 prior years, and then also the general fund, which is the bottom chart that we're showing right there. So for this year, if we look at the expenditure side first, we're tracking very well. Actually, county-wide, we're spending about 48% of the budget so far. This is at the end of March. Actually, March hasn't fully finished yet. We're still anticipating some invoices, but this is really as updated information as we can possibly gather. And for the expenditure on the general fund side, we're trending a little bit higher than the 2 years before at 69% versus 68% the year before. And that's a difference that doesn't worry us very much. And then when we look at the revenue, that's where things is just a little bit interesting. It's that we're trending at 46% versus 49% of the year before in revenue collection, and then we're trending 66% versus 73% compared to 18-19. Now, 18-19 was a little bit of a higher year. If you look at the year before, it's 69%, which is in the same range. Now, when I look at these numbers, my first thought is, wow, this must be COVID-19. But after further research, it's actually not quite yet, just because the COVID-19 impact in the county's finances hasn't really kicked in March yet. So what this is really resulting from, in last year's budget, 1920's budget, we actually expanded the transfer from the SIP fund by about 20 million. I think it was 18 million to be exact. And that really makes the budget, which is the denominator, larger, which because that transfer hasn't happened yet, it makes our percentage tracking in March a little bit smaller. So it's really a mathematical error in general. It's not an error, mathematical situation. And then in general, we're tracking, operation-wise, we're still tracking fairly close to where we are last year as of the end of March. Now we're anticipating the numbers coming in April that will give us a lot of information about our TLTs or over-the-counter revenues, and we'll definitely keep that on track and then bring that back in the next financial update on the general fund side.
Can I make sure I understood you correctly.
Mm-hmm.
That it's the timing of when you transfer the SIP fund money into the general fund.
Correct.
Oh.
So it's essentially our denominator is, let's imagine that's 20 million more, and equating that to our percentage of the 300 million general fund revenue, that's about 7%, 6.7%. So because that entire 20 million hasn't transferred yet, that artificially kind of dropped our percentage just because we have a heavier weighted revenue that's in the later part of the year.
Do you transfer it in at the same time every year, or?
Usually we kind of track it in toward the last quarter of the year and then transfer the amount. And there are times where we, based on the board direction and CEO, that we may change the amount that transfers to a smaller number if general fund doesn't need that much help from the SIP fund. But regardless, the fund balance is kept in SIP fund and it's treated as the general fund's reserve, regardless. So. Yeah, so that's really why mathematically we're seeing a much smaller revenue percentage on the general fund and the countywide side. So after further investigation, I personally wasn't too worried about March numbers. So definitely worried about the last quarter numbers. So. And moving on to the general government, and we have put out some larger special funds in each functional area to demonstrate and provide the information to the board. Our fleet management, the revenue is coming in a little bit slower this year at 57%, and then the expenditure is also a little bit slower. So what that tells us is that our expected service charges at fleet is just a little bit slower, meaning that we're keeping our vehicles in better shape. We're spending a little bit less on maintaining the vehicles, so it's actually a good story. And on the central services side, our percentage is tracking a lot slower on the revenue side compared to the expenditure side. This is also the part with the internal service funds is that we're always navigating the rate setting for the internal services and then how that charge against our expenditure. So there's definitely an ongoing effort with the central services to make sure that we are actually recovering the cost of providing the printing cost and the delivery cost with the right rate there. So those are the things that we can adjust from one year to another. That's general government, and that's the only two special funds in the general government. Actually, everything else falls into the general fund area. Public safety and justice, the three biggest fund in there is the local option levy, it's the district patrol, the community corrections. Those are the three biggest funds. And then the local option levy, we're tracking very well with the percentage collection on both the revenue and expenditure side compared to the years before. The district patrol, we are also doing well. We are actually collecting better revenues faster at 53% compared to 51%. And our expenditure is also a little harder, which is at 68% compared to 67.98. So these are the kind of difference that we are not worried about in 1 month. And also,
It is sort of puzzling to me, though, that we keep hearing that hiring is a challenge, particularly for patrol, and therefore, if we haven't filled all the positions that have been approved, then we don't need to spend the money on the equipment or on new vehicles. And so that's where I'm wondering, I would have expected the expense to be a little bit lower. That's all.
right. I think what this tells us is that that issue has been consistent in the last couple of years. That's why we're consistently tracking at a lower amount. Right. So it's not a new issue.
Consistent year over year.
Right.
Okay.
So this.
How are we tracking in terms of filling FTE?
As far as filling FTEs, that's definitely one area that we continue to experience issues up till pre-COVID-19 time. Right now, I mean, we're kind of at a pause right now, so we don't have enough information to assess. The general feeling is that if economy gets a little bit worse, actually it does help the recruitment market as unemployment rate rises, obviously, naturally. So it's definitely a mixed picture. There's in general, it's not good news for the community, but in the recruiting area in particular, it's actually a little bit
The
better.
labor market has been really tight.
Right, absolutely. So this chart over here really shows consistency for the last 3 years of where we are. And then the last fund in there is the community corrections, and we can see that our revenue is still tracking slower than the years before, and this was included as our last financial update, is that there is a timing difference because of state's biennial budgeting process. So in 1 year, the revenue will come in heavier in later part of the year. In another year, the revenue coming in the earlier part of the year. So this is primarily due to that timing difference.
But what we know for sure is that this being the first year of the biennium, the state wasn't giving anything for community corrections, right? For that
Right.
first half of the 50 million, and now we know they're not going to be giving us any, they're not going to give us that second 25 million statewide.
Right.
So we know we're not going to get the 1.2 million that we backfilled for the first year of the biennium.
Right, that's definitely something for us to keep in our projections into the next fiscal year. And on the expenditure side, we're definitely tracking slower, a little bit slower than the 2 years before. We're at 60% and versus 62% the years before. Land use transportation, the 3 biggest fund in there is the road fund, current planning, and the building services. And the road fund is definitely a little bit slower in compared to the percentage, and the expenditure is on target. So that's the area where I believe it's also due to timing differences. That's what we've heard from LUT about some of this state money that's coming in a little bit slower in the accrual time on that. So I didn't hear any worry over there. On the current planning, we're actually tracking faster in terms of percentage on the current planning side. And the story is consistent from the last time when we provided a financial update, is that we actually underestimated the revenue by being over-conservative when we trying to budget for this year. And that's what resulted, things didn't slow down as much as we thought it was, and it did. And then that's when we actually end up with a higher percentage when the actual compares to the budget. Now, is the last quarter going to change the story? We're definitely keeping our eyes open on that. And then on the building services, we're definitely following along with the previous year's percentage a little closer on the revenue side. Expenditure is a little bit higher than the years before, quite a bit higher. That's one area that I'm still inquiring with the LUT, and we can definitely include that information in the next financial update. All right, moving on to the housing and health and human services sector. The 2 larger housing special funds, one is the housing service, one is the Metro Affordable Housing Bond, the other one is the Department of Housing Services. So the Metro Affordable Housing Bond, we don't have the previous data to track against, but it looks like that we're at 1% revenue, 0.5% expenditure, so we're definitely still in the very initial starting stage of that fund. And then for the Department of Housing Services, we're actually tracking fairly consistently compared to the years before, right in the middle point. And then the expenditure is actually slower than the years before, which is a good sign for financials. Moving on to the health and human services, the 2 bigger fund in there is the human services and then the health share of Oregon. For the human services, our revenue is also slower than the years before, and then our expenditures is also slower than the years before. So what that tells me is that our budget is consistent with the year before. What that tells me is that our operations actually is not tracking as fast as what we're doing compared to the year before. So that's also another outstanding question I have out for HHS, and then we'll definitely get some answer back. It's definitely one that we're watching closely. And then on the health share of Oregon, the revenue obviously is also a little bit smaller than the years before, and then a smaller percentage. But we can see that the last year really was a little bit off year. The year before that, 17-18 is actually at 35%, which is more or less of a normal level. And then our expenditure is quite a bit slower. So it's my belief the nature of that fund is it's just a little more volatile in terms of timing. I can definitely confirm that with HHS on that part as well. It's also another outstanding question we have out. So both of these funds are larger special funds that we're watching closely and keep in contact with departments on their current status. Culture, education, and recreation, and the three bigger funds is the co-op library, the fair complex, and then the TLT tax fund, obviously. So starting off with the co-op library, our revenue percentage is very close to last year's. Expenditure is also very close, about 1% off from last year's, so nothing to worry about over there. Our fair complex fund, our revenue percentage is quite a bit slower than last year's, and that is mostly dedicated to the month-end accrual. Hasn't really hit March yet, so we're comparing really not the full March for 1920 versus the full March data to 1819. So we'll try to adjust our future timings of the financial updates to be able to capture more of those last month data, so we can bring a better comparison data to the board. And right now, and that's definitely something, the fair complex in general is something that's under close watch with CEO, and it's something that we'll definitely keep a very close tab on. When it comes to the TLT, the tourism dedicated lodging tax, that's where we expect to see a drop with the COVID-19, but really it's not hitting us in March yet, just because in March we're collecting February tax turnovers from the hotels. So most of them came in fine, and then you can see that our revenue percentage came in on par with last year's. Our expenditure is a little bit slower on that. I definitely expect for us to see a significant drop when it comes to the April numbers in that area. So the current conditions, so we definitely have to, with the COVID-19, I think we are all facing a reality that we're navigating in a world that is no longer very familiar to us. It's very true in the financial area as well. So for the current condition, we're seeing the March financials are not reflective of COVID-19 effect yet. We're anticipating a decrease in revenue for the last quarter of fiscal year 1920, both in the transient lodging tax, which is definitely an area, but also the over-the-counter receipts. We can definitely expect a sense of drop of that as well. Anticipating COVID-19 will have a negative longer-term impact on the economy into fiscal year 2021. That's actually what we anticipate to be even more impactful than just the period of COVID-19 lasts. And then continuing to monitor the degree of economic condition and impacts. So that concludes the financial performance that we're seeing for the current fiscal year. Is there any questions from the board about this portion?
Jack, I'd say you did a good job. You always do.
Thank you.
Are you not looking into 2021 in any depth yet? I'm not saying for our...
We definitely are, yeah. It's coming up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I stand corrected. It's next page.
Yeah, it's a valid question. We definitely include some of the projection items in the later part. So any other questions regarding the current year's performance? All right, we'll move on to the next part.
I should ask, for all of the Board Opportunity Fund grants from last year, are all those distributing per schedule?
Yes,
Okay.
they are. Just as a reminder, we did have one come back, OSU Extension, but all the others
Yeah,
have
that
been
we
distributed.
covered in that work session. Okay. I just want to make sure they're all going to come to closure as scheduled. Thank you.
So our next agenda item is about the current economic condition. And in my past presentation, I have brought in different indicators, brought in from the national level, state level, local level, to give us some telltale sign about when the looming recession is coming. So for this time, I really only brought in one chart, and that is the Dow Jones Industrial Average chart for the last year. And we can see that for the first greater part of the year, we are still experiencing that economic expansion very steadily, very slowly. But then really, as soon as COVID-19 hits, we're experiencing essentially a fallout in the stock market that really got us to where we are today. Now, there has been some volatilities toward the end of that chart over there. There's some heavy ups, some heavy downs. Actually, this chart is based on last Friday's data. The market actually rallied in the last 2 days. Yesterday, nearly 8%, and then today, I think last I checked, it was around 3%. So what that tells us is neither good news or bad news. It just tells us that how volatile we are in today's economic environment, and it's really very hard for us to tell that we're heading into a long recession or we're heading into a temporary recession with a possible rebound. So this is just something that we are actually keeping a close look at both the national, the global economy, as well as our local economy. So if I were to pull Intel's chart or Nike's chart on the same data, it would basically be the same graph over there. Is everybody's getting hit by the economic impact after COVID-19. So what this is telling us is really we're into a pre-recession stage right now, and then we're in a volatile time where we just have to keep our day-to-day watch on how our economic environment is guiding us. So, and
circumstances here are entirely different from back in 2008 or back in early 2000. Are there any lessons to be learned from what happened in 1918-19 with the so-called Spanish influenza and how the market responded to that, and then what it did subsequent? I mean, it would seem like that would be, I don't know if there's any lessons to be learned anywhere, but I wonder if there is anything to be learned from the stock market and market performance in 1918, 1919.
well, we haven't really researched all the way back into that kind of situation yet, but I'm
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry, Dick, I was just responding to Jack's comment about, well, we haven't gone back quite that far.
that's okay. Let's go back a few years. It's,
right.
100 years from now.
We did incorporate some of the 2008 recession into our forecast to kind of advise on what if, let's say, it's an entirely different situation, but let's say if the degree of the situation is as bad as that, what are we looking at? Some of those indicators. But really, we are not equipped to predict the future in any reliable way right now.
Unemployment claims is way off the charts. I mean, it dwarfs anything that was seen in the Great Recession or even in the early years of the Depression. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So really what I'm trying to explain is that we're in a very volatile economic environment right now, and we're definitely trying our best to stay ahead of what's going to happen to us and trying to be conservative with our projections. So, any questions about the economic sector? Not that I have a whole lot of answers.
If you had all the answers, you wouldn't be here.
Right. I'll be telling fortune somewhere. Yeah.
I'm going to hold my comments for another slide or two.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next section, which is the general fund 5-year forecast, and that is what Commissioner Rogers was asking a minute ago, is what are we looking at into the future? So with all of the information that we're seeing right now with COVID-19, we definitely went into our financial forecast model and updated some of this, some of our assumptions. And I definitely want to put a disclaimer out there. Many of these assumptions are based on the best knowledge that we have and best guesstimate that we have. We're definitely going to continue to adjust the forecast model for us to see as far as we can within our own capabilities. But right now in today's environment, it's just not very far. For the assessed value growth, we are keeping the 4.5% growth for fiscal year 21, just because we normally, when we hit a recession, we don't immediately see a dropout of the assessed value. Usually it's the second year or the third year that it kicks in. So we're keeping the 4.5%, and then also the 4% for the 22-23, expecting that there's still some construction going on after COVID-19 crisis. And then we're putting a 3.5% very conservative number in year 24-25. Also included a little bit of spike in the year 25 when the 2005 SIP ends. In our past record, we have seen a little bit of spike of about 2% into the assessed value when the SIP ends and a great deal of property rolls into our tax roll. For the transient lodging tax, we dialed that back to a 2%. for the next 2 fiscal years, and then bring that back to a 6% for the 2 fiscal year after that. That's with the hope that the hospitality and the travel industry is not totally disrupted after this, and then a certain level of traveling can resume after COVID-19 crisis. Other revenue growth is assuming the fiscal year 21 overall revenue collection is going to be reduced by 2%, and that is really just a number that we're shooting in the dark to kind of place a revenue reduction number out there. It's I want to say that it's not overly conservative and it's not overly optimistic. It's about right. That's something that we definitely experienced back in 2008. In the year after the recession happened, is we experienced that kind of degree of drop in revenue collection. So fiscal year 22-25, we kept the other revenues growth rate remain at 4%. Right now, we just don't have a really good indicator that tells us otherwise on that. So that's on the revenue side.
So-
Jack, go ahead. I was just gonna say, so give me a dollar number when we say revenue collection reduced by 2%. Is that 2% of the entire budget of $1 billion? Is that 2% of?
This is primarily focusing on general fund. So if you look at the $300 million general fund, so 2% is equivalent to about $6 million or so. Yeah.
So this is where I found the Eco Northwest model not comforting, but for lack of a model, which is, I think, where we're all at.
Yeah.
At least it's a start at a model. I would like to have a little bit more discussion about some of these assumptions. What we're seeing, the hotels right now being hit very hard because travel, the national indicator for airlines, is they're down over 90% from this point last year.
Yep.
And if our so I'm just going with the assumption, for lack of a better model, that this operating shutdown, like with telecommuting, continues all the way through the end of this fiscal year, so the end of June. And then we hope to go into this, now I've forgotten the phrase again already, I'll have to find that memo, reopening. I'm starting to get it, a little
Yep.
faster now. And then that will go on for some time, but it could be 6 months, right? Because we may have flare-ups. So if I think of that as a conservative approach, because I'd rather go a little conservatively and then have upside than the other way around.
Right.
Although, I don't know, with reserves, maybe that should change differently. And then that would take us into the beginning of the year, so mid-fiscal year, then hopefully we'll be back to recovery that could take a while.
Right.
And some of our industries right now are doing okay. All this telecommuting has, silicon manufacturing of microprocessors and sales of tablets and laptops, increasing a lot in order to keep business going. Now it's hitting the face-to-face business and retail really, really hard. So if I think about the forecast for the next fiscal year, I'm thinking, transit lodging tax is 3% of our discretionary revenue for the current fiscal year of 11.6 million, it was almost 4.5 million, and then couple that with the real estate transfer tax, which was 7.1 million.
Right.
That's a combined 11.6 million. So I'd really like to have some further discussion. Maybe it's as an early budget time or sometime between now and our first budget committee about just agreeing to an assumption model. Because I'm worried that we might have to assume that those two pools of money dry up. And that's 11.6 million out of, you were mentioning the general fund being 300 million. Well, it's a percentage of a really big number, but still every drop ends up making, a cup of water.
Yep, absolutely.
Then you talked about the SIP.
Catherine, can I respond to that?
Sure.
Your comment there?
These are
And
just my
to make sure
wonderings
that
looking
I'm
at this.
tracking with you and I'm
Yeah.
tracking with Jack.
Yeah,
When you look at those smaller funds like that, and we are going to take a pretty significant hit, I think, on those funds.
if I'm right, TLT and the real estate transfer tax are
Right.
two of the revenue sources for the general fund.
Right.
Yeah.
But realizing, if I remember my numbers correctly, 68% of our general fund revenues come from property taxes.
Yep. Yep.
So the good news is that's a much more solid revenue stream that we are going to get our 3% bump. Now, we might have slower collections, but the fact of the matter is it's still there. So when you project a 4.5% assessed value growth, that I think that overcomes a lot of the other ones that you're talking about. So that's why when I asked him about give me a dollar number on 2%, and it was 6 million, that's why that number was smaller than the combined numbers that you were talking about.
Yeah, 6 million still feels like a lot.
Oh, it is, absolutely. I'm not
Yes.
saying that.
Yeah.
It's just, we could, when other municipalities have to live on something other than property tax revenues,
Yeah,
this-
we're set up differently,
Yeah.
given that we don't have a business income tax. And while we do have some revenue from TLT, it's not to the same degree that, like Multnomah County has those two, and it hits them harder.
right.
But I also don't think that we're living as an agency off of just 68% of our general fund revenue. And that's what I'm trying to get my head around.
That's an interesting perspective, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really, I've
Oh,
just been
sorry.
approaching this from different angles. And I'm not trying to, debate or disagree, but rather get to more of a settling point so that I feel confident about going through the whirlwind of budget decision-making that we'll have to do in May.
Can I follow up though on it? Because I'm still not certain when you're saying 2% reduction, you equated that to property taxes, but in your slide, you equated it to revenue. So tell me what that means, because property taxes, as anybody will look at the property tax schedule, you have things that are 3 and 4 and 5 years old that are still uncollected. Is the 2% on all revenue? Or is it 2% only on property taxes? Is it only on the current year, or is that on all years that are coming in?
That's based on a total revenue collection. So our assessed value is still
Property
in
tax
our.
only, though? You're not talking about
No, it's all the other revenues as well.
all of the revenue,
Yeah.
2%?
It's all general fund revenue. And that's just our model of using that as a lever to anticipate how much we're affected. We may be affected. We can definitely talk about what would be a more realistic number. I think your guess is always as good as mine into the next year. Is it 2%? Is it 3%? Is it 5%? I mean, that's just something that we got to continue navigating right now.
What about the
Because
sheriff?
one thing that I don't remember clearly enough, and I was an elected official after the beginning of the Great Recession. I was not an elected official with 9/11. I was in the private sector, and I was traveling the globe. What I don't remember is with the 9/11 event, which COVID is sort of this instantaneous kind of event, but the difference is it's not once and done. 9/11 terrorist, that had I don't want to, for lack of a better word, a lagging effect or an after effect, right? A post event. COVID, this terrible impact, and we're going to be living with it for a while. We have this big hump with these shutdown orders, and then we may have flare-ups, right? We don't have a vaccine yet, so it's really crystal ball wonderings in terms of what's going on.
Right.
So I don't remember what the effective model was post 9/11 to see, well, what if we just assume that? You know, should I feel comfortable assuming that the travel, both business and leisure travel, will come back by the 1st of next year? You know, it's those kinds of assumptions that I would really like to get further anchored on versus, well, we're just going to, it's the operational assumptions. This is what the discussion's helping me realize, is that I'm looking for more of the operational assumptions versus just the number performance assumptions.
Yep.
Got it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I don't think we want to, not really time to, and we're not really equipped to really speculate too much on all of this, but I mean, 9/11 was something that happened in a very discrete place, very important place in the world, but nonetheless, that pandemic, and we're talking about the entire world and how terribly interconnected we all are. So, I mean, the ramifications of all this, I think, are suspected to be quite a bit more profound than was the case with 9/11. But
Yeah.
I mean, like, for example, with Chinese factories, first they shut down because the workers were sick and all that, and now they're shut down because they're not getting orders from us. And so, I mean, it's just very complex.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It is. So then the other question that I had relative to this is you talked about the 2005 SIP, but I'm wondering both for SIP and gain share, I want to hear a little bit more about the susceptibility that they have, because certainly gain share is that portion of income tax revenue. And if, as very early forecast from Eco Northwest posits that a 20 to 25% unemployment rate, then that would affect gain share revenues, I would assume.
Currently, our gain share revenue is set at a fixed amount by the state, which is honestly much lower than our original agreement of the 50% income tax that the state collects based on that. So I have to say, in my forecast model, I'm a little less worried about gain share just because I will see that it will be a long ways for the income tax to drop before they hit even our amount. On the SIP side, it is a little worrisome. That's why we're definitely keeping a close watch on Intel. But the information I've received is that currently their SIP bill is still based on their real properties value, which is not going away anytime soon. So as long as Intel as a business holds up okay, we are not having like a huge risk on that. Now the risk is always their volatility every year about the real property that they work out with the state on their level. So we do have some risk in terms of the volatility, but we shouldn't have a whole lot of entirety risk when it comes to that stream of income. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Oh,
you. That
no
was a
problem.
good discussion for me. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for very good questions. So
Go off of revenue. You know, one of the things I really like, you guys are doing terrific, and I know it's crystal ball, but
yeah.
you've done forecasting or projections is another model. We always have a range, and it would be very helpful to me, probably nobody else here, but much like PERS, if you look at your PERS disclosure that you have in your audit report, there's a 1% range on either side, or 1% for PERS, but
Right.
OPEBs, you have about a 1% too as well required. What would it look like if it was a 1% difference from some of your assumptions? And you can do that by simply grafting, and then you can do the same thing with your expenditures. And why that's helpful in any business, if you sat there and you said, okay, if my revenue went down 4% instead of 2%, what's that going to look like? And you have to make some organizational changes. You just have to. Or you have to sit there and have, it could be in personnel, it could be in delivery of product, you just don't deliver as much. So thoughtful to, I know you're good enough, fast enough to do it, what would it look like if you're off by 1% one way or another?
Yeah.
This unemployment rate, which most experts are saying could go 15 to 20, 25%, if that hits,
Mhm.
you've got a whole lot of problems in a lot of areas. And so
Yep.
I'm not being a doomsdayer, I'm hoping it will be, I was here during all of those recessionary periods you heard about earlier, and it was so unpredictable, but we tried to model so we could kind of see what was happening, and we could respond. We weren't coming up with a response after something happened. We were saying, okay, if this happens, this is what we're going to do.
Right. Thank you for that comment. Our financial model really on the back end really supports this kind of scenario building. And it's just, if you look at how many different kind of assumptions that we have, actually can branch out to a lot of different scenarios. So if the boards wish to see some additional scenarios, if we can get some guidelines on, like Chair Harrington mentioned, right.
Every variable, but I mean, all forecasts are assumptions. That's what it's all at. I can
Yep.
anything, but it'd be interesting to see what it might look like if it was a % different you're talking about.
Okay, we'll definitely take a note of that and consider what's the best way to present more scenarios in the next financial update. And we'll definitely look into that option, yeah.
Well, I think it might be useful to take the two instances, since we now have the hindsight of the 9/11 event and the economy 6 months, 1 year, and 2 years afterwards. And then we also had the Great Recession of what happened. It lasted 2 years. And then we've had a very long, strong recovery after that that's
Right.
been unprecedented, really. Now we're on the leading edge of the recession. We don't know how long it's going to last.
Right.
But there may be some similarities of the experience. And so I think we need to define a base case of what kind of base case performance are we expecting, and therefore, how does that get affected through our assumptions? So it's a performance model, and then taking that performance model and plugging it into these numerical
Okay.
variables.
Okay, we definitely have
In terms
some of
How
that.
do we weather, for example, how do we weather just a 6-month downturn or a 1-year fiscal year downturn versus a 2-year downturn?
Got it. 6 months. So 6 months, 1 year,
So,
and
for
2 year
example, when you were
scenarios.
talking earlier about assuming fiscal year 2021 overall revenue collection reduced by 2%. Well, okay.
So
To me, then, that's just a 2% number. I don't relate to it that much,
got it.
because what I really want to know is, by doing so, are we anticipating that it's a downturn for just one fiscal year, or is that helping us be more prepared if it lasts 2 years? So, I don't know, I'm used to different
No, this is a very,
econometric models, that's all.
absolutely, this is a very good suggestion. We'll try to build that scenario into our next update, or even offline, document somewhere.
And have you explained this slide yet? Because I have some comments here.
Not quite yet. So maybe
I'll hold.
let me run through the list over here, and then this is actually the area where we have better control of our fate. It's on the expenditure side, and that's really the nature of financial modeling. Is on the revenue side we have some control, but not entirely control. It's really the expenditure side that we can react to fit what we think is going to happen. And that's why we continue to monitor, although that we're doing a 5-year forecast, but this is not a 5-year plan that we're putting in place and then it's going to stick for 5 years. There will definitely be incremental updates of strategies going forward with our financial management. So for the FTE growth, we have changed our model number to 0% for fiscal year 21 to 25. Now, we did get a really good question from the directors meeting. That's not a true 0%. There's still a number of FTEs that's going in for fiscal year 21. But then really for the rest of the years, we're assuming no growth model going into the next couple of years. And then for the COLA average, we're maintaining that at 2.5%. That's just really our best estimate right at this point. We still need to see more of the story of the economy to guide us better on that. The other increases, those are the 1.5% annually increase, includes our step increases, certain reclassifications that may happen in the during the year, so those miscellaneous increases during the year. And the health benefit, we're keeping that at 4% annually increase. Overall budgetary reduction, this is where we are starting to get into a reaction mode. So if we're defining that 2% as a one-year recession hit, meaning that we only have our revenue impacted by 1 year, and what that means is telling us that we need to do some reductions in the expenditures to make sure that we hit that general fund reserve target or as best as we can. So what we did put in the model is a 1% reduction for fiscal year 2021, a 2% for fiscal year 21-22, and then another 1% each year for the next 3 years for us to bend the curve backward. And that is after the hard increases. So it's not a pure budget reduction from last year's basis. These are based on all of the COLA, the FTE growth, the other increases factor. After that, we're dialing back from that hard increase level already. And then the required actual spending is remaining at 94%. That has always been county administrators' guidance on departmental operations, and that is where we're sticking with. On the material and services growth, we're also dialing back to a zero growth model from 21 to 25, and the overall budget reduction following suit, which is also 1% to 2%, meaning 1% next year, 2% the year after, and then 3 consecutive years of 1% reduction, which is, from my experience of other local jurisdictions, these are not really aggressive budget cut numbers in there. So it's actually still fairly mild. And then required actual spending is at 90% for material and services, and that has been our past trend. It has been the county administrator's guidance also. So these are the expenditure assumptions. I'll open it up for questions or comments.
So I find the FTE growth you have is 0% over 5 years.
Correct.
But given that from 17-18 to 18-19, we increased FTE for the general fund by over 57 positions, and then from 18-19 to 19-20 by just over 36 positions. I think it's not, I think it's unrealistic to expect that we're going to go to 0 in this fiscal year.
Right.
I think it needs to be a ramp down from where we were, but I think going to an effective 0 for 1 year, let alone over 5 years, is like total shock to the system.
It's a very sharp turn, yes.
And I just don't think it's realistic. Then the other thing I want to make sure I understand, because it relates to the general fund, is we have both a general fund stabilization reserve.
Yes.
And general fund reserves, and and a fiscal policy that we changed last year to 15% minimum, 20% target, but we operationalized that top end of 20%.
Correct.
So we might want to look at how do we put some of those reserves into action to soften the blow of a pretty harsh or stark assumption around 0% FTE.
Right.
And then in some areas, if we're looking at new functionality, I think and as we brought in new FTE this year, such as with government relations, we can't just assume that for materials and services, they're going to be able to function doing a new job at 0% for materials and services, for training. And, if you're working on federal government relations and you have a material and services budget of 0%, makes it a little hard to do your job and travel to Washington, D.C.
Yep.
So I just think there's some adjustment here, or some explaining that's going to need to be done when we get the proposed budget.
Madam Chair, if I could make a suggestion, we're moving into some of that here with the next few slides, so your discussion is will be appropriate when we get there. Particularly, I'd like people to see the next slide,
Okay,
which
sure.
really illustrates, I think, and frames our discussion from there in terms of what we're looking at, what we're doing as we move forward.
Sure.
I think you're foreshadowing our next several slides
Absolutely.
nicely in the
You're-
handoff between Jack and me here, so.
Yes. So I'll just move us to the next slide, which is the fund balance projection, which is the reserve that you just mentioned. And that is precisely what has been guiding our assumptions, is building that assumption model for us to, essentially, this is the curve that it moves, whether it's 2% drop, 3% drop, what kind of cut, what kind of FTE model that we have for the next few years. It all end up into this curve. And our target is obviously hitting between that 20 to 15%. But knowing that the structure of what we're seeing, building the assumption based on the best of our knowledge, we're actually already activating a good part of that reserve, anticipating in the next 5 years to keep the organization afloat. You can see that the assumption that we build is trying to keep the organization above 5% in that curve into the next few years, to a low point of 23, 24 at 7%. And then at that point, we're going to start, hopefully, see some purse rate reductions. We're going to pay off some of our debt, and then we are going to bend the expenditures back enough to for it to be closer to the revenue level, or even less than the revenue level, for us to see the curve coming back up again. So, but again, all of these are based on a lot of assumptions. So this is the best picture we can see today, but it's an ongoing effort to keep up with everything that's changing there.
I think the interesting thing on that is the little asterisk down at
Yep.
the bottom.
There you
I
go.
was just going to comment on that too.
Right.
Thank you for finally bringing
you.
that forward.
Yes.
Well, and I think that's the handoff here between Jack and me, because this is the segue into the conversation about what we're doing around our budget development process. And I think to pause on this slide is important, because you'll see that Jack's footnote, as you all noted, is that the average cash flow needs are 25 million. We are dropping below that for several years into the future. So this says that we need to manage into that. As we looked at the requested budgets from the departments, they created those requested budgets in another time, frankly. The world has changed since they submitted those requested budgets to us. And so one of the difficulties that we faced was the fact that because the financial picture has changed since they submitted those budgets, we had to go back to them and ask them to adjust those requested budgets. And so what I'm going to do is walk you through what we needed to do. As I was telling Steve and the department directors, we felt that we were going to need to turn the ship, and we needed to start turning it now, and hopefully a little more gentle turn, to your point, Chair Harrington, than we would need to do if we weren't able to make that turn this year. So we want to walk you through what we asked of the departments and where things stand in order to give you this chart. This is what is behind this picture. Please realize we are still just at the requested budget stage. So this is a conversation for us to have about whether this is the right path to be taking at this point. This is something that you and the Budget Committee, of course, will be considering as we walk through this. So this is the point at which we are making our recommendation to you about how to get to this, but this is not the end point by any means.
So I didn't bring last year's slide, but I recall a very similar looking slide.
So the curve looks very similar. I think each year the percentage is a little bit higher than what we're seeing right here. And this is obviously guided by our assumptions. And we had more FTE growth building last year's slide as well. So definitely with the tweaking of all of those assumptions, it has dropped the curve down a little more into that 5 to 10% range into the out years.
And to your point, this is why we need to manage into this, right? So we are making this projection based on the best information we have right now, which is admittedly cloudy, right? So we are trying to use our crystal ball as best we can, but if we start to turn the ship now, we will be in a better place next year to make a more informed decision so that this isn't what we actually see happen, to your point. So I was going to move on from this one, yeah.
And I don't mean to get ahead of anything, but have you had the conversation, anytime we go through something as significant as this, there's the silver lining, as we like to look for, lessons learned. So for example, I thought we'd be doing more video conferencing 15 years ago when we first came on board, 10 years ago, but we all seem to like to hold on to this person-to-person stuff. This is now forcing us out of that, probably putting us into the video arena when we're going to walk away saying, I'm okay with that. Zoom works pretty good. I don't need to get in my car and drive across town. I don't need to get in an airplane and fly to DC. I can do all those things from my office, and I'm completely comfortable because everybody else is allowing us to obviously reduce some of those costs, albeit probably minor. But I mean, just did you have those kind of conversations with our department heads in thinking of the new dynamic when we're putting together this budget?
So we are in the very early stages of responding to COVID. So I would say those kind of creative conversations are yet to come. But you are right. The opportunities, I think, are there to say how will we operate differently from what we've learned from COVID. But I think those are conversations that we're going to have a little more creatively when we're not in this immediate response mode, which we have been in the COVID response mode for a while now. We are in the very early stages of the budget response mode right now.
I just add a comment there. Staff has been hearing me say this, probably tired of hearing me say this, but we're too far into the budget process to get into a lot of these issues. We've got to get a budget put together so we can start our fiscal year. But I really believe we have to know now and plan now that we're going to spend the next year examining this budget and these issues, so that this time next year, the budget will be informed by all of that effort that's gone through. And we'll have more information at that point as well. It's the difficulty for us now is we're just getting there. And what I'm saying, even if we didn't have this experience going on, I still think it's time to really do a long, in-depth examination of the budget assumptions and things that are putting into it. And it's something that you start July 1 and you finish it the next end of that fiscal year. So when you get a new budget done that may look totally different than what has been put together before. But it's a Herculean effort to go through. I've done this before, and it's not something that can be accomplished in a short span of time. But it's something that you have in your mind and know as you're putting together a document that you may sense is not perfect, that the effort goes into making it better in the following period.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wise, very wise.
Do you want to drive or do you want me to drive?
Okay, so we may come back to this slide, but let me roll for now so that you all can see if it's going to roll. Oh. Uh-oh. We lost the PowerPoint entirely.
Oh, there we go.
Yay. Okay. There we go. Okay. So you all saw the a version of this handout in a work session quite a few weeks ago now, I think. And Jack has updated this for us based on what we asked of the departments in order to get back to that general fund curve you just saw. So the update here, I'm going to run you through it in PowerPoint slides, but you can follow along on this handout.
See, if I may interrupt, I do have some paper handouts. If anybody needs any paper.
Anybody like a paper handout? Okay, I'm seeing lots of yeses here, so I'll wait for you all to get that in front of you. Commissioner Scouten, did you want one? Yeah, it looks like, get it in everybody's hands, and,
Just drop it on the table. I can reach it from here.
good. Okay, so, again, the requested budgets that were made from the departments before COVID hit, there were 24 new general fund FTEs, and we define those as FTEs that are supported entirely by general fund subsidy or transfer. So there are other new FTEs in this budget that were requested, but they have other dedicated funding sources to support them. So these, exactly. Or even some that are in general fund programs, but they have grants, they have other revenue sources that are supporting them. Most often, though, yes, the special funds are the most obvious example of that. So we were left with 24 FTEs supported by general fund subsidy or transfer. We went back to the departments and asked that they cut 16 of those, and I'll walk you through what those were. We suggested reducing 5 of them to 6-month positions so that they would start with a January 2021 start date. I'll talk you through those as well. And 3 were kept as requested. So here are the positions that we asked the departments to cut. And please realize there are stories behind each one of these cuts about the services that won't happen because of this. And you're probably going to hear about those stories as we work through this budget process. We don't have the time to do that now, but I just want to honor the fact that the departments put a lot of work into developing these proposals, and so you'll probably hear about that eventually. So everything from a new admin specialist to an A&T in county admin, cutting 1 admin assistant, government relations director, which I know we'll want to talk about. The DA had requested 3 new FTE. HHS had requested 2. Juvenile Services had requested 2 new juvenile counselors. The Trails Coordinator that I know had been part of the conversation here is on our suggested list for cuts. That one had landed in LUT, so that's on the cut list for your conversation. The Sheriff's Office had requested 5 various jail positions. So to get to that general fund curve that you saw in Jack's presentation, this is what we needed to cut. Okay. The positions that we're suggesting you reduce to half-year positions, 4 of the DEI positions. Now, yes?
What do you mean by half-year positions?
So they would start in January. Rather than starting at the beginning of the fiscal year, they'd start midway through the fiscal year. Yeah, thank you for asking. And that will save us that 6 months of costs there. So 4 of the DEI positions. On the list of things that we would leave is the Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer to be a full-year position. The other one we're suggesting you cut to 6-month position is the Director of Support Services. Right now, Jack is serving in that position in an interim role, wearing 2 hats. And then just 3 positions were kept as requested in that model. One is the Economic Development Manager. As we know, walking into COVID recovery, that one's going to be more key than ever. There is a 6-month position that's a staff assistant to the Board of Commissioners. This is as Commissioner Scouten steps back. Somebody new will be coming in, and we expect them needing staff assistant support. And then, of course, the Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer.
My first thoughts when I saw this earlier today is that I think we're really showing that we really put a very high priority to the DEI because we are keeping there are going to be 5 positions. 4 of them will start half a year out. And there will be 1 that will start at the beginning of the fiscal year.
I think
So-
our audience is waving that they can't hear you.
I think we're having some mic problems with a couple of folks.
Just maybe get a little closer.
There you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, so there could very well be unhappiness, and I'm still open to hear about that unhappiness, but my first blush is that to think that that's actually a reasonable response to some pretty unprecedented circumstances, and given the many other cuts elsewhere. And I certainly fully support that if I've been able to limp along for 19 and a half years without a staff assistant, I could probably finish up my last 6 months doing that and let the next commissioner or the next commissioner plus sort out how they want to do that.
Yes, we were working to preserve the DEI positions in this
I don't-
budget, so.
To counter that, I don't think a 6-month delay of these 4 positions is warranted at all. And the difference between funding it for the full fiscal year and just the 6 months, according to this chart, is 500, just under $600,000. And we certainly have that buffer in reserve. And one reason why you have reserves is to move ahead with the things that you really need to move ahead with. And I think going through the DEI program that we did, the data has shown us time and time again that we are behind where we need to be for our community. We have to catch up with where our community actually is. And without further delay, we need to get to hiring those positions. And it may take us a few months to hire those folks within the new fiscal year, and that's fine. That's where you end up below, where your expenditures end up below your revenues. But I think we're doing ourselves as an agency as well as doing our community a disservice by delaying those 4 heads.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm just saying that under the worst scenario, I think I want to hear the arguments on all sides in this, but I mean, I think it certainly it's an arguably defensible position to be doing this, but I don't know yet. I'm still open. I get what I just heard from the chair as well. So.
And I have a couple more slides. I wonder, do you want me to get through those and then, oh, okay.
I would like to say something here, and we haven't got to the discussion on the small business emergency fund, but one of the things that I've learned through this process is how our disadvantaged communities and how our communities of color are going to be inordinately affected in the recovery phase as well, and it stems from, you know, a level of being disadvantaged for a long history. Yeah. So I think we have to take that into consideration as well. And one of the things that we've been talking about in our small group as we work through this is how handicapped we are without having those staff positions in place to be able to address. The same thing, I'd say the same thing we experienced with the Get Moving 2020, and when we did our presentations, you know, regarding the tier 2, we didn't have the depth of knowledge and the depth of experience to be able to present those forward in relationship to our communities of color and our disadvantaged population. So I'm putting that out there as evidence that I've seen recently at where we stand in relationship to these issues.
And ultimately, this will be a discussion for you and the budget and the full budget committee to have, absolutely. So this is just a starting point that we put on the table for you all. Should I keep?
We as the board set direction to the CAO to put in the proposed budget. It isn't the purview of the budget committee to be making policy decisions for us, but rather to review the implementation of our policy direction through the budget. So I want to be a little careful here. The budget committee doesn't get to decide our policy decisions about ramping up on DEI.
Is that what you're suggesting? That we have that discussion today on these positions?
Well, this is where I want us to go over the budget calendar.
Okay, then I'm
I
going to.
think staff has tried to respond with a budget with uncertainty as we move forward. This is one reason why I went back to the current fiscal year budget and looked at how over the last 2 fiscal years, we've increased the budget by just under 100 FTE just from the general fund, with over 25 to 30 of those in public safety alone. And we all know that we as an agency have fallen behind for our community in this arena. So that's where I'm suggesting that we set some policy direction for our CAO to ensure that we get a proposed budget that is taking some dollars and putting them into action while still making sure that we meet the letter of the law with a balanced budget. That's all.
Okay. My perspective, and I heard that perspective, is that we have a lot of folks who want positions. We have an issue with the levy, I think, potentially with our police. We'll see how that works. We have issues with a lot of folks out there saying we need additional community service, we need additional health and service people, we have additional needs for a lot of folks. And so if we're going to prioritize, I certainly understand the DEI, I certainly support it and have supported it, but to sit there and say we're going to take 5 positions, and this is nothing new, I've been saying it consistently, and prioritize that over other needed, very needed positions in a down budget is just difficult. And so I think that you guys are trying to do something that's halfway in between. I'm not even comfortable with that. I think that I have no problem at all with the DEI manager. I think that's a good one. I think we ought to keep our eye and see if there's other cuts. We've not made any cuts in any senior positions here in the county, and yet the public, and there's a lot of angry people out there. You may not hear them, but I do, who are saying that there's a lot of service-based level services that they'd like to see expanded, and they're trying to see how we're going to do that in this economy. So I would like to do it all too. I'm not arguing at any of those things, and I hear perspectives. The issue is what have you got in budget? Maybe we just, on these budget issues, we let the public come in and they'll give us their thoughts. I mean, it's not, we can certainly do that too.
I have no problem debating out of the current 1,124.97 FTE, do we have room in the budget, including through reserves, to hire 5 more?
Good, we'll have a debate.
Could I ask a question?
And that's just from the general fund. That's not the additional 2,188.36 FTE that are funded through all of the other special funds.
So my question is the phase-in. Obviously, we are behind our timing of hiring the new CAO. I think that domino effect will continue on through probably for the next 6 to 9 months. So in our budgeting, in the budgeting process that you've gone through here, the positions that you cut were those, the money that you think we're saving there was a full year position. So did you look at, we don't cut them, we maybe slide them, actually phase them in over the next 6 months? And one of them that, you know, that I've gotten permission to offer there, quite frankly, is the economic development manager. John Southgate's on consulting. We could push that a few months back and save some money and maybe slide that into another position. And I guess I was thinking of other positions that may be in that, where we could start massaging the money around a little bit and still be able to, in the next 12 months, accomplish what we wanted to. It would just, we'd be sliding things a little bit like you've done, where you pushed them to a 6-month position, not a 12-month position. I think we may find that that's probably going to be the natural result of what the economy is doing to us right now anyway. So I'm just wondering about how you put all this timing of how much money we're gonna save by cutting these positions when you actually were gonna implement them. And anyway, I'm kind of rambling around here, but I think you get what I'm trying to ask is, could we slide some things and still be able to accomplish what we originally wanted in the first place? I mean, 24 positions is a lot, so, and we're cutting, would you say 16 or something? Yeah, 16 were cut, so that'd be a hard thing to massage some money around, but maybe we could be talking a little bit more of meeting the chair's request of all 5 of those positions still be in the budget. We just maybe slide them in at a different level, timing-wise.
Well, the 5 positions are in the budget, that just the
4 of
timing.
them start halfway in.
Right.
Yeah.
And the reality is now where we are with the CAO hiring, if you remember, we sequenced it that the CAO would be hired first, and then the chief equity officer would be hired after that, so that the CAO could select that person. And then the chief equity officer is actually the person to hire the other 4 positions. And the timing, I think, is such that whether we budget it that way or not, it's going to occur probably. The recruitments are going to start in October, November for those positions, and they're going to be on board probably in January. So that was part of the reason I was comfortable with us using that as one of our mechanisms, being able to preserve them and realizing that it's likely that that's what's in reality going to happen for the recruitment process.
So I'm really surprised to hear that, because we have a consultant that's working with you on the job description now,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And if we get the CAO hired between now and the end of June, I don't understand why that recruitment waits until October. That's new
No, not that.
information.
I'm sorry, you misunderstood. The chief equity officer will come on board, and I'm guessing the new CAO, they're going to be on board in July, is my guess now, because our earliest interviews
Oh,
are,
so you were saying that the recruitments of the other 4 would
Yes.
start not, that's
Yes.
different than what I've
Yes.
experienced this agency do. Usually this agency doesn't start recruitments until the FTE is in the budget. So that would mean essentially the recruitment wouldn't start until June, and therefore people really wouldn't be starting until almost the beginning of the next fiscal year. That's why
No.
it feels like a year-long delay to me.
I understand that, but that's not the way I perceive it, because in my understanding, we can start the recruitment at any time. We just can't bring on board the person until we've got the fiscal backing for that. So, and I expect that's how the process would work, is that the new chief equity and inclusion officer would come on board, get things together, have a little time to get his feet on the ground or get their feet on the ground, and then begin the process that would bring the other 4 positions in. And again, I expect it would be probably about the first of the year. So that was why I was more comfortable when we talked about it, that we can still achieve what the board wants to achieve, and which is everybody's goal, is to get a full functioning equity office. It's just giving us a little breathing room to make it happen, and reflecting the reality of where we are now with the COVID emergency.
Yeah, and I really have appreciated working with Steve, because he does grab the bull by the horn to get plans in place. So that could work. I also have not been presented with the data, but I'm mindful of the fact that we have a lot of open positions still in the current fiscal budget. Here we are in April. So while I hear what you're saying, and I have a high degree of confidence in your leading the organization and changing the mode of the organization, the operating mode, I'm not as skeptical in the community that things could happen the way you're describing them. we put together our board direction on the budget, mindful of the message from the prior forecast meetings about be conservative, that the most the general fund would be able to accommodate is a maximum 10 to 15 in FTE. Now, what we're seeing today as the fiscal assumption is much lower than that. And I think that's part of what hasn't been presented to us, but we're all trying to catch up with, because it is much lower than that guidance of 10 to 15. And also, as I had thought that in that guidance, I was looking for the economic development manager to be funded out of the general fund, so then the lottery dollars would be available for economic development programs. I think what this is telling me in this proposal is that that headcount would be funded at least this next fiscal year by the lottery fund, and then any other dollars for economic development in that line item as we've known it would still remain as resources for that economic development manager, but not the way I had originally envisioned it. So, but we still accomplished the goal of having one full-time FTE in the organization. I still think that there's more wiggle room in the budget than is presented here, and I do seriously think that we need to look at putting some of our reserves into play as well.
Well, on that, I think we are putting our reserves into play already because we don't have an option, as that chart showed. But I kind of get some of the other things that you were talking about unfilled positions and those kinds of things. And I would agree with you on that. So I think keeping that fresh perspective and certainly not coming to any kind of a conclusion, but I think having this dialogue, I'm hoping that Sia and Jack are hearing what we're saying and what I think the wishes of the commission are to find that happy spot in there. And so we'll see what magic they can perform and get that done. The lottery dollars, I didn't hear you talk about the lottery dollars, but those have got to be down significantly. But at the same time, we're talking about the next fiscal year, and we all know that as soon as the economy turns, lottery is where everybody goes to get rich. And so I don't know how long those funds will really stay down. So anyway, I don't know if you've looked at that or not, Jack.
That's the reason why I'm not anticipating a huge effect that's beyond 2% in fiscal year 2021 or even in the years after that. Is I definitely building, in my personal belief, and we can definitely talk about it, there's a sense of optimism about the recovery period, the reopening period, and then the recovery period after COVID-19 crisis, and definitely hoping not for a long recession that we're experiencing into multiple years. So.
Ooh, really? I want to tap into that optimism. That reopening will go faster than illustrated. I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, just although there were, I just want to speak from a financial forecast perspective and county-wide operation, support services operation perspective, is although that we're seeing some challenges ahead of time, and I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of staff that's in operations, is we feel confident to work with the organization to weather the storm and still be successful as a local government. So that's really my optimism in a nutshell. So.
So we all appreciate Jack's optimism. We definitely need that. I know you were eager to get to the budget schedule, and I could roll us through the next couple of slides to get us to that budget schedule if that would be useful at this point. I know we're running a little over time, so I could roll us along. The next slide is just about what we asked of the departments in terms of trying to get us to that fiscal picture that you looked at in the slide, the general fund picture that Jack showed us. So we did ask all of the requested budgets to lower their request to 7%. Several of them had already reached that level with their original requested budget, but some of them had been above that. And so while we held some harmless, like the County Administrative Office, we did, and DEI, we did ask the departments to make sure to get their budgets back to 7%, kind of level playing field. And then once they reach that 7%, we asked them to reduce an additional 1%. And you'll remember Jack said that his financial models are based on a 1% reduction, 2% reduction next year, Jack, and then 1% reduction the next 3 years, right? So this 1% reduction would be kind of the new reality for what Jack is expecting we'll need to see as an organization. I think this won't be any surprise to you, but the $2 million board priority allocation fund is not currently in this budget, and we'd look for guidance from you on that. But at this point, it is not there. So this is where we are. For FY 19-20, our total expenditures in the current fiscal year that we're standing in right now are $298 million. The requested budgets that we received from the departments totaled $316.6 million. We have adjusted those back at this point to $306 million. So from the requested budgets, we cut about $10.6 million in the work that we've done over the last 2 weeks, frankly. So that is what we had to do to get to the budget picture that you saw in that general fund slide that Jack had. I know there's been some conversation about the different functional areas and how much general fund subsidy or transfer over time those different functional areas have received. This is just a picture of that, and you can see the blue line at the top is public safety and justice. The one right below that is general government, which includes County Administrative Office, community engagement, DEI, all of that there. For those of you who like the numbers, some of us like pictures, some of us like numbers, Jack has included a handout in your packet. Looks like this on one side and longer on the other. It's kind of the blue and yellow. If you'd like to see numbers by both functional area and department over time, you don't have that in your packet. Okay, this was online, so you should be able to get that. Okay.
Yeah, when you say it's online, is that
In our
in
packet.
this packet right
In your
here?
packets, yeah, in the packets that were published online. Yep, and I see a card up, so I'll stop before I go to the next one.
This is a question maybe more for Mr. Rhodes, and that is that if we effectively receive reimbursement for funds that we've expended during this COVID-19 time, how would that show in the budget? How would that work? Would it go directly to the areas where it was expended?
Yes.
Yes.
Which would result in extra reserve because that will cover what we're already spending. So it's a plus to the budget that if we achieve that, that would do so.
I understand its potential. I just wanted to know what the process,
Yes.
how the process is generally followed.
Yeah, and that would become a resource in future years.
And Jack, you may want to talk about how you've programmed that into your assumptions already.
So as far as the reimbursement, currently that we do not have that programmed, the assumption as far as the hard dollar amount going back to general fund, and currently the assumption is that because we're dedicating a lot of existing general fund or special fund resources doing that, there are certain work that's not being done, certain projects that's being put on hold. So in a way that it's a wash. If it comes back and benefit general fund, we can definitely come back and talk about these additional resources. But right now, it's not, we don't have a fair estimate of building that into the model right now.
So I think it's a little confusing because what we've heard in work session report outs over the last couple of weeks is when you're in an emergency, you go and you spend the money and keep track of all the expenditures and submit for reimbursement. And the general rule of thumb is the feds may reimburse up to 75%. but it could also take up to 3 years past expenditure to get that reimbursement. So it's a real cash flow problem.
Right.
So what
Understood.
I understood, and what I think I understand is that you're taking the resources that we have, freezing some programs, putting the dollars into action as needs to be done, keeping track of that, but we have to be mindful of the cash flow so that programs may extend out, but we hope to eventually be reimbursed for those expenditures so that we can eventually get that work done. Is that
Correct.
generally the way it goes?
Yes, so especially for FEMA or any other reimbursement programs that we will be getting reimbursement for, those are all reimbursement basis of the expenditure that we're spending right now. So from Marnie's previous presentation, you can see that we're spending a lot on personnel cost in terms of people's time right now, and those are all taken out of each department, out of each department's current existing functions. So at the same time, while it's not costing us hard dollars where we're writing a check out, but it's really internal resources that we'll get reimbursed for. I mean, technically, eventually, we will have the money back to us as a resources, but really right now, it's either too early to say how much that will be or how impactful that will be for us in the future.
While I appreciate both of your answers, thank you, I'm also thinking about funds that are being expended that aren't personnel related. I'm thinking about the funds that the committee we've been working on. I'm thinking about the hotel that we have, we've taken on, those types of things that are not personnel related. And I understand the flow back and forth. I was just wanted to make sure that any dollars that we get back in are attributed back to the general fund where they left from.
They're attributed whatever fund they came out of,
Right.
they'll go back.
Thank you.
Right, that's our practice, yeah.
I guess sometimes you have to say kind of the obvious, but to really make sure that we really document everything extremely careful, the words of former county commissioner from Columbia County, Tony Hyde, still rings in my ears about the years that they struggled with documentation and the time they had to argue and cajole and coax and work with FEMA people to get reimbursements from the Columbia County's expenditures. It's not always so easy. And then I think about our Oregon State Department of Forestry and how they have gotten themselves into terrible cash flow problem because they failed to do the kind of billing and the kind of documentation they need to do. So it's certainly not a given that we really got to be hyper careful about that part.
I think our own Mr. Rhodes may be still healing wounds from previous experiences in that regard.
Even if it's well documented, you're going to argue with FEMA over the reimbursement.
Yeah,
That's my experience.
Yeah, and like I said, I had an opportunity over a couple of years to be on a board with Commissioner Tony Hyde, and he could not emphasize how painful and how very, very meticulous your records have to be, and even then. So, yeah.
Good reminders all. Our emergency management folks are working hard to make sure that we are well documented in this. So Chair Harrington, did you have a question before we move on?
Yep. With regard to the handout for the general fund 5-year subsidy / transfer distribution trend, not the first one, but the second one that's the handout that has the more detail by departments. I left my handwritten version of this, but so I should probably follow up, Jack, with a one-on-one on this. If I looked at the numbers correctly, the different public safety departments go from current fiscal year of having about 27 to 29% to upwards of 36 to 39%, which really shocked me. And then I also, in the proposed budget, am going to be really interested in understanding what $10 million is going towards the sheriff's office out of the general fund in this next fiscal year. So it's information that I anticipate the proposed budget, which will be coming in a few weeks will help me better understand, but those are some things that jump out at me and really make me wonder, we're arguing over a $500,000 difference, not even for some of our FTE, when there are these pretty large dollars that I'm wondering about. So that's all.
And just, I think you said this, Chair, but the last column here is our current fiscal year. So that change would have been last fiscal year to current fiscal year, correct, Jack?
Yeah, I'm going
Correct.
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the
yeah.
2020
Right, right.
change.
So this does not yet have a proposed budget numbers in it, of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So
Yeah.
I misunderstood what 2020 meant.
Yes,
The
correct.
2020
Right.
This is
column.
this,
That's the budget year that we're operating right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was approved
I thought
last
it was
year.
the 2020 to 2021.
No, not yet.
Because you only used years.
right, right.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Fiscal years and calendar years.
Yeah, this is a historical chart.
I sit now in 2020 looking out into the future, not the other way around.
Yeah. So, yeah, so this is the budget that was approved last
Yeah,
year.
okay.
For the current
Okay,
fiscal
that
year.
answers that question
Okay.
for me, because I know we supported an increase of 38 heads for public safety.
Yep.
So the next slide then gets us into the budget calendar, and I'll remind you, in your packet is what will look familiar to you at this point, which is the budget calendar that Jack has been providing for us. He's given us a snazzy one here in the PowerPoint. The March timeline, obviously, we're through that. We are still in the requested budget stage, but we are finalizing that. You'll see in April, Jack has us finishing off our budget narratives and putting together the budget summary so that we can get the proposed budget out to the budget committee. And so that's the process we're starting now, which is why we'd appreciate any guidance from you all soon
Well,
about
the only
that.
question I had is, at one time we had, well, 2 months ago, right, so back in February, we had a orientation set up for the budget committees this month, and I don't know if that's still on or not. So that's a question that I had with regard to the calendar. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you may not know today, and we can come back to it.
So I think at this point, we had set aside the meeting for the budget orientation. We can bring that back, but in the midst of COVID and trying to lower the
That's
number
what
of
I'm asking
meetings.
about.
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
we resolved that? Is
Yeah,
it
so
still
at this
on or
point, it's off the
rescheduled?
table, but you'll see that let me go on here. So the first budget presentation then would be May 12th as we get the budget out. But I think getting especially our new budget committee members oriented will be a high priority for us in advance of that
I think we
meeting.
should expect that our budget committees are going to be different this year, longer,
Yes.
just by virtue of the level of questioning that we have. Last year was our first budget year, and this year we're really able to dig more into the cause and effect of different things. So it's just a different orientation now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had the best intention before COVID-19, trying to organize something to really getting the new member oriented on that. We'll still try to do our best job on the 12th with the budget committee meeting. It's just in the midst of COVID-19, it definitely has delayed our budget committee assembly and selection process as well. So
Well, I
it's
know
just,
one of our new members from last year was really looking forward to that better orientation this year. And that first meeting, it looks like it's slated for just two segments of special districts, which the regular budget committee doesn't really get into.
right, we have the 12th and the 14th, so we can definitely build in a orientation section in front of each meeting. And right now, we are definitely still considering knowing like where we're going to end up with Zoom and to see how the budget committee meeting is going to organize.
Okay,
So there's some moving parts with that.
So it sounds like the freestanding orientation is gone. Got it. Okay.
Currently, it's our advice, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. the logistics of our current world, unfortunately. So, so that does then take us through, so in April, we are working to finish off the budget narratives, key issues and budget message so that we can get the proposed budget out to you all. We are in full working mode of trying to get that budget packaged up and to you. So, so this is kind of the last week or two for us to make any changes before we wrap that up. Then budget committee meetings in May and the final budget approval process in June, including the fee schedule adoption and the pay plan adoption as part of that last stage. So there is your timeline. And I think that's our last slide. Yes, it's our last slide, and we turn it back over to you all.
So just to remind the board, the Clean Water Services crew has adjusted the budget schedule for Clean Water Services. So rather than our getting the proposed budget for Clean Water Services the end of this month and having our budget committee meeting on Friday, May 8th, all of those dates shift by a month. So while we're deep in the middle of Washington County budget, we're also going to get the Clean Water Services one sometime in May, and then come into those meetings in early June.
And we do have to assume that we are moving forward under current deadlines. I know there's the question about whether we would get a month's leeway from the legislature. We are working under the assumption we will not get that.
So what, we do know that we have community interest in our budget as demonstrated by the budget committee listening sessions. So I was about to ask a question and then I had to realize that I was looking for two flavors of answer. The pre-COVID answer and now the post-COVID answer. Irrespective, I think we have to assume that we are going to have interest in our public, and so I think we need to move ahead with all of our budget committee meetings in May and June, looking at the monitor in a way such that members of our community feel welcome as well as invited. And so I think we should have some conversations about how that actually gets implemented, and don't leave it to just meeting notices that happen over the internet.
Absolutely, we'll take note of that.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I know I learned a lot today about where we sat with the budget and the kind of problem solving that's gone into it that I think will help me as in terms of reviewing the proposed budget. So I appreciate the discussion.
Madam Chair, before we leave this, I'd like to ask if it's all right to ask if we go away with an assumption that it's a correct assumption, that there's interest in us trying to see if we can move some positions in one way or another, and it sounds like there's some comfort with the reserve next year going down a bit more than what we're projecting. Am I understanding that correct?
Well, I assume that, I mean, this is why I spent some time looking at the current budget, because we do have the revenue, where's my tag? The Revenue Stabilization Fund of 11 million, and we have more than that in our overall reserves, and we still have ending fund balances from SIP as well in those funds. So I think there are some dollars to put into practice that when you dive into the numbers and look at the pages, you can see it on the page, but I don't know that we've put it into practice yet into the proposed budget.
And we have, just to clarify there, the general fund reserve chart that we show actually demonstrates the reserve that's included in general ending fund balance, the revenue stabilization fund, as well as SIP fund balance in that total number. So it's definitely CAO's direction, and our financial model has put some of those dollars to use in our plan for the next couple of years to handle the situation. So, but that's a great question. Thank you.
I think, Steve, to answer your question from my perspective, there were too many variables that we discussed here for me to say, I'm going to give you clear direction right now. So maybe if I could put that into something from me to you and to Jack and Sia as to what that would look like. I am, with that fund balance, our reserve fund balance dropping below the $25 million magic spot significantly for a couple years under those projections. We have to look at any new positions as impacting our budget through that entire projected period that you've got there. It isn't like it's a one-time bleep for $500,000 or $1 million or whatever it is. We carry that debt burden all through that. And as we dip below the $25 million reserve, that's what I would view as a break-even point. As we dip below that, that causes me more concern. So I'd like to have a little bit more clear picture of what it is exactly we're talking about, not just about the 5 DEI positions, but just, again, a better handle on that. So I'll take the information that you provided us. I might shoot you an email and ask a couple more questions, but I'm not ready to give you clear direction, and I'm sorry at this point in time for that.
I know that one of the pieces of information that would have been helpful for me to see today was the general fund reserve chart that you've estimated based upon using these current estimates and assumptions versus last year's assumption, and a clear illustration of the revenue income streams that led to particular reductions, because the assumption for general fund property taxes is still pretty strong. So I don't think it's clear enough. But I do think in the chart that you showed us, the difference in the 6 months was only around $250,000.
Right.
If I remembered it right. And so that's, compared to the overall numbers, it's pretty darn small. So.
Well, again, Chair, that if I'm hearing you correctly, that's in the 2021 budget. We go to 21-22 budget, we go to 100% fully loaded, and the number's considerably bigger. You provided us a while back with a projected cost of the DEI positions, ECDEV, trails. I think, I can't remember how inclusive that was. Could you find that and send that to me again?
Sure.
And I will commit to spending some time in the next day or so trying to formulate what exactly my questions and concerns are, and shoot that off to you.
Yeah, so, and Steve is pointing out, each of those is there. The one piece that we could provide you that isn't there are the programmatic costs that surround that. So last time we talked about this, we didn't have all the, materials and services that needs to go along to support new DEI program and new ECDEV program. So we have that now and could provide you with that. And so I think you said it was DEI, ECDEV, and trails. Was that the other one?
Yeah, and I thought there was.
Yeah, it was from the last budget work
Okay.
session that we
Yeah.
had.
Now, and these are fully loaded, I'm assuming, Steve?
These are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are fully loaded.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Well, maybe this is good enough for what I'm
What you
trying
need.
to process here. So maybe
Okay.
this is good enough. This is probably actually more accurate than that, because I think
Yes. So these are definitely more chewed up numbers into the
Right.
budget, yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
You did hear three of us asking about the DEI positions. So we did hear more of an explanation from you today about the implementation ramp up, which was good to hear. And I appreciated hearing that. It was useful. I still would like to see it accelerated, but I understand where you came from.
I would like to add one more piece to this discussion around the DEI positions. I want to remind the commission, all of us, that we're not starting something new. In my mind, we're making up for a long time when we haven't done the things that we were supposed to be doing. So it's a bit to me like comparing apples to oranges when we talk about starting something new versus starting something that we have been in the hole on. So I'm going to put that out there. And the other thing is to Commissioner Rogers' comments about hearing a lot of people saying that they want other pieces. I think we saw full force evidence from our communities about what they want in this room. So I just want to remind everybody here that we did get a very strong community response to our commitment. So I'd just like to put that out there as well.
Well, and I would actually add to that. I mean, based on my 20 years here, I've never seen the kind of support and the kind of organized work to get this program started that I did for DEI. So.
All right. Thank you.
Trying to be better about the mic, turning it on and off. Thank you very much. I think this was a fruitful conversation, much like when we went through our budget direction. Different than what's happened in the past, but I think it's better for us to have these conversations on the front end of the budget versus have surprises come in between the proposed budget and the adoption. So thank you very much for being responsive to our information needs and our really trying to grapple with what it is we're trying to accomplish and consider and get done while you're totally into all the details of making sure that the books balance, which I know is a huge task.
You
In
have a hard-
77 special funds.
Yes.
It's a hard job, and it's in capable hands, so thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chair Harrington. Thank you, Commissioners.
So here we are at 3 o'clock, just after 3. Do we have the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, and that's going to be about an hour? Do we want to take a break right now? Or wait an hour? Whoops, I heard a yes. Okay, so we're going to take a break and we'll convene at 3:20,
Okay.
okay?
Yep.
Yes, business assistance program, absolutely. Thank you.
So to those folks on the phone, this is Chuck Shable from IT. Could we get a head count and have people announce who they are, please? No, they can hear me.
This is John Southgate.
Thank you, John. Okay.
This is Andre from my Office of Community Development.
Good afternoon. This is Michael Niemeyer with ITS. I heard a few people join the call. If you could let us know who you are. Thank you.
This is Andre Tremolay, Washington County Office of Community Development.
This is Mari Valencia, also Office of Community Development.
Thank you. We're about to get started.
Plan and 2020 action plan.
Thank you, Chair Harrington, Commissioners. I wanted to ask, first of all, if you need for us to shorten our time at all.
I don't think so.
Great, okay, thank you. I did hear that Andre and Mari are on the line, and so they are part of this presentation. My name is Jenny Proctor. I'm the Program Manager for the Office of Community Development, And with me today are our presenters and staff experts. We have Ann Hawkins, who is a Housing Community Development Specialist. She will be providing you with the presentation on the consolidated plan. Mari Valencia is on the phone. She is also a Housing and Community Development Specialist, and she'll be walking you through the analysis of impediments. We also have Andre Tremolay, who is our staff person, subject matter expert on fair housing and affirmatively furthering fair housing at the state level. We have come before your board over the last year about 3 times, one in the very beginning to set the stage for what these 2 planning efforts are about, another time in November, 2 separate occasions on both planning efforts, and then today's presentation is to provide you with a summary of the results of the planning effort. These planning efforts are a requirement of HUD as a condition of receiving funding, but more importantly, they are a critical tool to make sure that we're listening to our community and making sure the funds are going to the highest priority needs. And that is including addressing disproportionate impact on protected classes, class members of our community. So with that, I will turn it over, let's see, actually, before I turn it over, just to touch on the agenda very quickly. As I said, Mari will be handling the analysis of impediments, and there will be time for question and answer, and then Ann will be handling the consolidated plan and the action plan, and then there's time for question and answer. So with that, I will turn it over to Mari to start the presentation.
Thank you, Jenny. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. As Jenny mentioned, my name is Mari Valencia. I'll be presenting on the analysis of impediments in the first half of our time with you today. Before I get into sort of the meat of the analysis of impediments, I do want to cover affirmatively furthering fair housing and why it matters. And that's the slide that you should see before you. Washington County has a federal obligation to affirmatively further fair housing as a condition of receiving federal housing and community development funds. We also have the obligation to comply with the Federal Fair Housing Act as amended. So what is FFH? It is 4 things per federal regulation. They are listed here in front of you, and I'm just going to read those. It's affirmatively furthering fair housing means taking meaningful actions that together address significant disparities in housing needs and in access to opportunity, replacing segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns, transforming racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity, and fostering and maintaining compliance with civil rights and fair housing law. The duty to affirmatively further fair housing extends to all of a program participants' activities and programs relating to housing and urban development. So what this means for Washington County is that we must take active steps to undo some of the patterns that have limited housing choice access among community members, particularly protected classes. It is also important to note that AFFH applies beyond CDBG, HOME, and ESG, the programs that my office administers. It's not just how we spend federal housing and homeless funds, but everything related to housing and development. So that includes land use, transportation, etc. So with that said, our AI does address our obligation under AFFH based on our receipt of CDBG and HOME funds. Next slide. Before talking about the findings, I will briefly walk through the process that we undertook in developing the AI. Next slide. We had multiple sources of data, multiple methods to collect data that informed the AI. They were both qualitative and quantitative data. On the quantitative side of things, we used multiple public sources, such as ACS, lending data collected by banks, census. We also conducted the rental audit testing, which you heard about from the Fair Housing Council of Oregon in November. And then lastly, we had a robust community engagement effort as part of the Con-Plan and AI process. And I'll talk about that on the next slide. So on this slide, the community engagement summary, it summarizes exactly how far our reach was relative to our community engagement. Just under 2,000 people participated in some capacity. We conducted a community-wide survey where all residents residing in the county could participate, and this reached close to 1,900 participants. With partnership with the Coalition of Communities of Color, organization based out of Portland, we conducted focus groups with communities of color across the county. And then we also did focus groups with special interest groups, and this was in partnership with our consultant. This is not a random sample. It's not intended to achieve statistical significance. You'll see it used to kind of ground truth data to help us understand what it means in people's lives, to help us better understand what is occurring through a culturally and racially relevant lens. On the next slide, here we also worked with a working group that was comprised of experts from various industries. As part of this planning effort, the work group members are listed in front of you on this slide. A big question for us throughout the process is how our planning effort fits with other efforts existing right now, and this work group helped us fill this gap. We also had consultations with folks who were outside of these various individuals, folks that we needed to connect with to kind of delve deeper into issues that became relevant as part of this process. And through collaboration with these stakeholders, we were able to see how our work intersects with their work. So next slide. Now I will get into the findings and the data that we collected through the AI. A lot of the forthcoming slides correspond to the chapters in the analysis of impediments document. Those chapters include demographic patterns, zoning and land use analysis, complaint and legal analysis, disproportionate housing needs, and then access to opportunity. Next slide. So here I'll talk about our findings relative to the demographic patterns. The report does have a full review of these demographic patterns, much of which you are more than likely familiar with from other planning studies and other work. For the sake of time and brevity, I will focus on information that may be new or a new format. But here, history matters. Oregon has a history of exclusionary law that dates back to the 1800s, aimed at keeping African American individuals out of the territory. And this history is important because it reaches patterns that we experience today. The county has also seen a growing diversity since 1990, especially with growth in people of Hispanic, Latinx, and Asian descent. And we also have one racially and ethnically concentrated area of poverty, or RECAP area, in the county located in West Central Hillsborough. And I'll talk about that in the next slide. And we also have seen an increasing segregation of a community over time, especially with Hispanic community facing the highest levels of segregation, followed by Asian and Pacific Islanders. So on the next slide, here, as I mentioned, the county has seen a growth in diversity since the 1990s. Many neighborhoods reflect the diversity of the county overall, with higher proportion of Hispanic residents residing in Forest Grove, Cornelius, Western Hillsborough, Aloha, and Central Beaverton. Hispanic residents are also clustered in southern areas of the county. And there are higher concentrations of Asian Pacific Islander residents in East Hillsborough and West Beaverton, as well as the northeastern unincorporated urban places, including Bethany and Oak Hills. One recap area, racially ethnic concentration area of poverty, does exist in the county, and that's located in West Central Hillsborough. It's predominantly home to Latinx Hispanic residents. In front of you in this slide, the orange circle focuses in on the recap area, and here 72% of people, this is comprised of 72% of people of color, non-white population. And in the map, one dot represents 5 residents. So this map reveals that many neighborhoods in Hillsborough reflect the diversity of the city overall. However, it also indicates a higher proportion of Hispanic residents in the west central parts of the city and Asian Pacific Islander residents in the east. Moving on to the next slide, segregation and integration. This talks about trends over time using dissimilarity index measures. And the dissimilarity index values range from 0 to 100, where 0 is perfect integration and 100 is complete segregation. The DI values between 0 and 39 generally indicate low segregation. Values between 40 and 54 indicate moderate segregation, and values between 55 and 100 indicate a high level of segregation. County communities have become increasingly segregated across each of the dissimilarity comparisons reported by HUD, and these included non-white white, Black white, Hispanic white, and Asian or Pacific Islander white. This is likely related to the county's growing diversity, as more diverse communities tend to have higher levels of segregation as measured by the DI. Overall, according to this measurement, Hispanic residents face the highest levels of segregation, followed by Asians and Pacific Islanders, and this is true across all years. Notable is the large increase in the DI for African Americans after 2010. Prior to 2010, the DI fluctuated little for African American residents. Generally, the county does remain very low, in the low category for the DI. But I should note that it is concerning that the DI has increased over time, and this is perhaps a good flag for us to think and act on measures to keep our low measurement of segregation integration over the years to come. Next slide, we also analyzed complaint and legal data, particularly from the Fair Housing Council of Oregon's Housing Discrimination Hotline and BOLI's complaint data, the State's Bureau of Labor and Industries. Overall, the records and data indicate higher complaints submitted on the basis of disability. As you may recall, we conducted the housing audit test in partnership with the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. And so on the next slide, you'll see a summary of just those results. If you might recall, the audit test revealed that individuals from protected classes continue to face barriers when seeking housing. And the audit test found disparate treatment in all 4 protected classes: source of income, race, disability, national origin. And disparate treatment found in a majority of source of income tests, people who had a housing voucher. Moving on to the next slide, in our zoning and land use analysis, this basically is looking at zoning and land use and how it intersects with fair housing. The Federal Fair Housing Act does set the framework that all levels of government are responsible for not making unavailable housing for protected classes. This applies to land use and zoning regulations because of their direct impact on the type, distribution, and amount of housing available in a community. I won't go into the details just because zoning and land use can be very technical and dense, but I will note that we did send out the code analysis conducted by our consultant to all of the 12 cities' planning departments, and they were vetted by them. The full analysis can be found in detail in the AI report within the zoning and land use chapter. So on the next slide, we're getting into the disproportionate housing needs section of the analysis of impediments. The primary purpose of this analysis is to identify how access to the housing market differs for members of protected classes and to determine if such differences are related to discriminatory actions or effects. To understand disproportionate housing need, we must understand what is disproportionate impact, which is what this slide is summarizing. Disproportionate impact is when there is a higher level, or there are higher levels of negative outcomes for protected classes or people of color compared to the community overall. And often there are many reasons for the disproportionate impact. Sometimes it's things that are embedded in law, historical actions, etc. So on the next slide, we have our top line findings on the disproportionate housing needs analysis. There's evidence found that there is disproportionate impact in 5 areas. These listed on the slide. There's share of households paying 50% or more of their income for housing costs, share of people who are not homeowners, share of people who say that they moved involuntarily, share of people reporting increases in housing costs, and share of people who say they have experienced discrimination. And I'll get into kind of the details in the next slide. Next slide, displacement. We asked community members about displacement on the community-wide survey that we put out. We asked this question: in the past 5 years, have you had to move out of a home or apartment in any part of Washington County when you did not want to move? And 12% of the survey responses reported experiencing displacement from a home in Washington County in the past 5 years. This was higher for African Americans at 24% and Hispanic Latinx households at 28%, followed by large families and persons with disabilities at 20%. Respondents did attribute their displacement experience to rent increasing and they couldn't pay, or the landlord selling their house, eviction due to late payment on rent, or eviction for no reason at all as well. On the next slide, rent increases. We asked about this also, and the median monthly increase was reported at $60. 3 out of 4 Latino renters reported a rent increase, and the median monthly increase was $100. About the same proportion of voucher holders at 73% had a rent increase, but the median monthly increase was $50, slightly less than the median rent increase of all renters. So next slide, housing discrimination. We asked a question related to their experience with housing discrimination. When you looked, and the exact question was, when you looked for housing in any part of Washington County, did you or a member of your household feel discriminated against? And overall, 8% of survey respondents felt that they or a household member did feel discriminated against when they looked for housing in the county. As shown in this graph, voucher holders were most likely to believe they experienced housing discrimination at 30%, followed by residents of any type of publicly assisted housing and low-income respondents. Latinx, African American, and Native American respondents and renters overall are twice as likely to say they experienced housing discrimination than the average respondent. These results definitely reinforce the findings that we learned about through the Fair Housing Council of Oregon's rental housing audit test. On the next slide, we have home ownership trends, denial trends. This graph shows that denial rates are higher for people of color compared to white individuals. The gap is widest for Native American versus white denials at 12 percentage points. And denial rate for Native Americans increased from 16% to 2009 to 24% in 2015-2017. As staff, we asked ourselves the question if these differences could be explained by income. And so on the next slide, we see that housing loan denials by income range. And as you can see here, the gap in denials persist across all income ranges for people of color, with the highest denial rates among Native Americans. Our last chapter that you'll see in the analysis of impediments related to data is access to opportunity. This chapter examines the extent to which members of protected classes experience disparities in access to opportunity measured by access to healthy neighborhoods, education, employment, and transportation. The findings found that while POC, people of color, tend to live near employment centers, they have lower labor market engagement. This might suggest due to mismatch with educational attainment and employment opportunities available in the areas they are living in. And the findings also found that Hispanic households are less likely to live in neighborhoods with proficient schools. On the next slide, before we go further, I just went through a lot. We can take a deep breath. There's a lot to take in. Jenny should be clicking, and you should be seeing colored boxes coming in. These boxes summarize at a very high level, basically paraphrasing some of the data points that I just described, all of which are very heavy information, heavy but very real realities that are existing in our communities. But what we hope the data has shed light on is how big the problem is, how entrenched the problem is, and what is deeply wrong with many of us considering this to be normal or business as usual. HUD does not provide extra resources to address issues like these. It's about how we use the existing federal resources to leverage and align other efforts, both policy and expenditures, and trying to use the information that this report provides to bring other efforts on board. So with that, next slide, it is important to remember that the duty to affirmatively further fair housing extends to all of program participants' activities and programs relating to housing and urban development. And so next slide, we have to start somewhere. I'm gonna shift gears and talk about, walk you through the actions that we are proposing to undertake for the next 5 years as part of the analysis of impediments. We have actions that fall within 3 areas: fair housing awareness and information, access to affordable housing in good condition, and lastly, access to housing choice and community amenities. On the next slide, under the fair housing awareness and enforcement categories, we have identified 6 actions. And I should note that these actions are paraphrased. In your packet, you should find the matrix that contains the actions in detail. But these actions, we felt, under this category, seem to fall within 2 higher level themes: education and outreach, and enforcement by BOLI. And I'll speak to a few, but under the education and outreach theme, we're looking to implement outreach and education activities relative to fair housing, landlord-tenant law. We want to integrate current work by community-based organizations such as FACO, Unite Oregon, the Coalition of Communities of Color, and other community-based organizations into fair housing outreach and educational activities, bringing in programming that is culturally responsive to individuals. We want to periodically invite the Fair Housing Council to attend our Regional Fair Housing Collaborative group, which is a group that meets every quarter, once a quarter, and get them, have them, share any emerging issues or practices regarding education enforcement in the fair housing world. We also want to update or develop a web page that has fair housing information, and more importantly, fair housing information that is relevant to the county. And the pair testing that you learned about in November, we are proposing that we do this testing biannually. just to see, to kind of feel the market through these tests. And also encourage the state of Oregon to amend state law and BOLI to become a substantially equivalent state agency. BOLI used to have the ability to investigate and adjudicate federal fair housing law violations occurring in Oregon in the past, and they don't right now, but they are, the last short session, they tried to have this amended so that they could, and as we all know, that session was just, it didn't work out. On the next slide, moving on to the second category, here, suitable affordable housing, we identified 11 actions, most of which fall within the 3 larger themes that are in circles: subsidized rental housing, physically accessible housing, access to home ownership. And then there were some that just didn't fall within these 3 larger themes, and those can be found in the green box on the corner. In all, these actions are in alignment with rental housing funding priorities of the CDBG and Home with Metro Bond program, which Ann will talk about next, but they also align with Metro Bond priorities. I think here, this category is really about us funding homeownership for people of color and working with organizations that can provide culturally responsive services. And on the next slide, which is the final slide, is the last category, housing choice and access to community amenities. Here we have identified 6 actions, 2 larger themes, initiating dialogue about findings related to access to opportunity, and then revitalization and gentrification. Again, like the previous slide, there were some that just didn't fall within these 2 larger themes, so those are in the green square there. There were things that we couldn't control, things we learned through this analysis of impediments that we can definitely share information with, share this info with our partners, and together see where there are possible linkages. Some of these things fell out of our purview, which is why, at a minimum, we can share and we can work with our partners to see how we can collaboratively work together. And then regarding revitalization activities with programs and policies, we want to make sure that we have those in place that to mitigate displacement of low-income residents in cultural enclaves. There are models in place right now that we can look to, one of which that comes to mind is the Southwest Corridor Project that spans Portland, Tigard, Washington County. As you know, there's been a lot of work on a stabilization strategy in advance of this big transportation project. And so us thinking through how we can use that potentially as a model for our work to ensure that we are minimizing impact for our most vulnerable community members. So with that, next slide, discussion and questions. I'll open it up for any comment on the AI part of things, if there are some.
Go ahead, Commissioner Scouten.
Thank you. Going back on the slide that is captioned Washington County audit testing, and you have positive and negatives. Could help me out. I mean, these days with COVID, positive is not a good thing. Negative is. Can I assume that positive means a positive experience, as there was no problem with respect to how people were treated, and negative means that there was something that was discriminatory, something that was negative that occurred? Help me out.
That's a
Help me out here. I'm trying to understand what positive and negative means here in that slide. And we had inconclusive as well, I guess.
Sure. That's actually the opposite. It's kind of tricky here. Positive means there was positive treatment for disparate treatment,
Okay.
housing discrimination. So it's actually the opposite. Negative means that there weren't disparate treatment found.
I kind of thought that was the case,
Mhm.
but I wasn't quite sure. I wanted to make sure that I understood. Okay, thank you.
I have two key questions, or Commissioner Billy-Drew? Yeah, I had two key questions. The first was way earlier in your presentation where you talked about the community engagement having 1,971 folks who participated. And then you moved on to other data and other findings. And I wasn't sure if, I know that through this program you look at a lot of different data sources. So after you did the community engagement summary, in subsequent slides, you were presenting information like the Hillsborough recap area slide. And I was wondering, okay, so what's the relationship between the community engagement 2 slides ago versus the data that you're showing here on the recap slide?
Are you asking if those people that were in the recap area were part of the community engagement outreach?
Yeah, we're seeing this handout of the community engagement, but we didn't really get an explanation of how the community engagement was used. And then it went right into the stakeholders, and then we're seeing a few slides later another set of data, and I'm going, okay, so what's the data source for this? Because we know it's not current census data, but it doesn't state what the data source is. So then I was like, well, should I go back to the community engagement data or what? So that I tried to interrupt then, but failed.
Sorry that we missed you, if you were flagging us. Mari, do you want to answer that, or shall I answer and then you add? I'll go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Go ahead, Mari.
Yeah, no apologies. I know we're on a short crunch, so I was kind of I was talking and might have skipped this, but so both qualitative and quantitative data inform the AI. The recap area slide here is quantitative data. We looked at HUD information, and Jenny, you can add to this if you'd like. The qualitative side of things is more kind of filling the gap, adding to some of this data that is just numbers, and adding experience, adding day-to-day what we're seeing from people, as opposed to what the numbers say.
So I'm really particularly interested in both of those two data sets. So if I just stick with the recap slide, I'm wondering, do you have this same data for the east and southerly part of the county, and then the furtherly west part of the county, and where could I get access to that?
Mari, I'll answer and you can add in. I believe that in the plan itself, there are other versions of kind of that different kind of
Just leave
slide.
it as, I looked in the like 275-page document, couldn't really find it.
Okay.
So if I could get some assistance on that, I'd really like to see the data. Well, it's demographics 2010 now that I look at it. So I think what would be more formulative would be to look at this information after we're done with the 2020 census.
Right, and where this data was pulled was from HUD mapping data that was made available during the time period that HUD was under the assessment of fair housing set of regulations, which in 2016 or 17 was rescinded, pulled back. And so the data sets are still available, but they're not at all updated. And so that particular slide or graphic was made available because it showed where the one recap area was within the county.
Way back in 2010.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's helpful to know.
And one thing I wanted to add to that question when you asked about kind of the grounding, truth grounding of the data, is that the city of Hillsborough did a session with Dr. Gamboa in September as part of Latino Heritage Month. And part of their premise of doing that was saying, look, we have a recap area in Hillsborough, and we want to try to pull people in who live in that area and let us know what their experiences are. So that was one way that they could kind of directly pull, this is what the data show, come talk to us. And that was a really meaningful event for all of us that attended.
If I understand you correctly, that provided you with more qualitative information about what their experience was.
Right.
Okay. Then on my second question, it really has to do with, on the community engagement, not diving into the absolute numbers, but what this whole work highlights is that discrimination and poverty are really difficult challenges to overcome, right? In reviewing the information and trying to appreciate the great volume of work that the Policy Advisory Board looks at to come up with this plan, working with the, reviewing all the consultant reports and data. I found myself wondering, God, we've been doing this over and over and over again, but we still face the problem. But I appreciate that we have evolving community population and demographics, and then over the course of over decades, right? Generations. And we also have new landlords over the course of those decades as well. So it's no small wonder that we have to keep working at this. As much as I'd like to wave my magic wand and say, we're in the 21st century now, let's get with it. I'm wondering for that, particularly that community engagement piece. I think it's really wonderful that you had the range of folks that sheet illustrates. If you turn the clock back 10 years ago, was the community engagement as extensive, or did you see the same level? I'm wondering how it might have compared, because I know you've been at this work for a while.
The level of community engagement in the prior effort was nowhere near the level of engagement in this effort, in part because we've learned over time different ways to outreach, in part because we did that really internally as a staff-led effort with no other funds available to us. This time around, we were active partners with the City of Hillsborough and Beaverton, the Housing Authority, all of which help contribute to this effort, and then the county as well contributed through our budget.
Wonderful. Thank you for doing that really important work so that we're doing a better job serving the community that we have today and value that community today and help improve their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your investment.
Those were my questions for this portion.
I would add too that the top line fundings demographic patterns slide that follows the stakeholder participation really points out some of what the historic issues have been and also what the issues are. And when you look at this, it's hard not to be outraged by the segregation issues, by the other issues that you see here. And I share with you the frustration that this, you feel like you're banging your head against the wall again, but I do believe that our county has changed dramatically, and the skill to which this group is developing the demographic look at our county so we can appropriately address these issues is what's the saving grace, if you will, here. So, but it's just outrageous to see these things in print.
I think the other comment I would make about that is you'll see in the matrix of actions that most of those actions are about relationships that we have with our partners. They're not about funding. And so the funding is what helps us get to implementing partnerships with nonprofits to be able to do their own hands-on outreach to their community. And that's the piece that we are missing.
One comment, and one request. I agree with what the chair was saying. It'd be nice to drill down a location. I think that's what she was going with that. And beyond outrage, what really surprised me, and I've said this before, it just perplexes me in this business world why anybody would make such poor business decisions. I mean, why people would do that? I mean, you care less about the color of somebody's skin or sexual orientation when doing business. So I mean, it's hard for me to fathom what the thinking is. I mean, these are really not only bad actors, but bad business people. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a really hard question to answer, and that's why we try to do the outreach and education and constantly educate property managers and owners. But you're right, it's an ongoing task.
Any other questions for this point? Okay, let's dive in. Let's keep going.
So the next thing that comes along with is the consolidated plan, and the consolidated plan is a five-year focus, a five-year plan to see where it is that you're going to be going and how you're going to be doing that. In order to get there, you need to be able to go ahead and develop that, and part of the AI was able to go ahead and incorporate with that information. We worked with the same stakeholders that were listed on your, in the presentation on slide 18. Between the work group, between the consultant that was employed, as well as our staff and our partners, we were able to go ahead and take it to the next level and find out what we wanted to do and how we could do that. So the first question is, wonderful, we're going to have this money and we're going to be able to do all these things about it. Where are we looking and what are we looking at? And over the next 5 years, we're looking at about $11 million in community development block grant funds, $905,000 in emergency solutions grants. The county CDBG dollars, are available on a competitive basis, and we receive an allocation of those, as does Beaverton and the cities of Beaverton and the city of Hillsborough. They receive them directly, so our consolidated plan does not include the efforts that they will make separately. The home dollars are distributed through the consortia, and that also does include the city of Beaverton and the city of Hillsborough. Yes?
Sorry, can you just go back?
Yes.
Because I need a reminder every single time we're here. I know that funds are segregated different ways, right? And that the community development group is chartered with running the PAB and managing these funds. Got it. But the community that we're serving includes folks who are struggling with poverty, struggling with housing impediments, struggling to have stable housing so that they have a stable base for which to improve their lives. So from the standpoint of the Housing Authority of Washington County and our housing department, irrespective of that authority, because Washington County itself owns some affordable housing, aren't we all still trying to serve portions of this larger community, this common base, but different funds were able to direct at different portions of that? Does the model that I've got in my brain, is it somewhat accurate? Does it make sense? Because it seems to me like those other departments are leveraging some of this very same demographic information.
Exactly. And the that will come in a little further on when we do talk about leveraging.
Okay.
When we're able to go ahead and utilize the resources that Hawk brings to the table, the resources that the Metro Bond brings to the table, the resources that other nonprofits are able to bring throughout their fundraising efforts and everything from there.
Great.
So,
I always need that, that grounding for some reason. Thank you.
so the next thing that we get into when we were developing the consolidated plan was how to look at the priorities and where were we looking at them. And the priorities were viewed through an equity lens. We recognize that the plan needs to address historical imbalances, as Mari spoke of previously. We need to consider symptomatic causes and advance a more equitable and fair housing system. One of the major local resources to support affordable housing is the Metro Bond Program, and that the funds that we have, again, leverage that. We support projects or complete resources, complement resources that are available through these different sources, through these different areas. So where are we right now? When we completed our last consolidated annual review, we found that we were on track to meet and exceed the goals that were established in the previous consolidated plan. So we've gone through, we've had these past 5 years with this previous plan. We've done amazing things with it. How can we make this even better? How can we reach out and how can we address the groups that perhaps were missed, neglected, underfunded, underserved? So the next portion of our question is, where do we go and how do we get there? We were able to establish out our housing priorities. Our conversations with community leaders, the community itself, different programs, nonprofit partners, led to the development of our priorities and goals. The first of those priorities is housing. The need to increase the inventory of deeply affordable rental housing in good condition, to increase the inventory of accessible and visitable housing, meaning it's wonderful that you can live within your home, but can your grandmother get to your apartment? Can she get into that area? Can someone with a physical disability be able to visit housing with appropriate services? To improve the quality of affordable owner-occupied housing in good condition with accessible features, and to improve access to ownership for low and moderate income households, be that through down payment assistance, home buyer assistance programs, or by increasing that inventory. Between consultations, focus groups, and work groups, we were able to ask the questions of what is needed, where is it needed, and who needs it. We were able to evaluate the current availability and deficits while forecasting the changes, the needs, and the improvements that are needed in the area. Within the neighborhood and community development priorities, we're able to determine that priorities and the focus needs to be placed on expanding transit to better serve persons with disabilities, elderly, and those without a car, to provide employment support for low-income marginalized community members, such as persons who are justice involved, homeless, or at risk of being homeless, including at-risk youth. To expand the inventory of facilities serving to expand the inventory of facilities serving people experiencing homelessness, including the shelters, transitional housings, and areas with short storage, shower, bathing options. It's very difficult to obtain and maintain employment if you don't have a place to put your house during the day. To provide economic empowerment opportunities to low and extremely low income households, with tools such as incubators, microenterprise assistance, and wraparound workforce training. We need to support household stabilization and displacement mitigation strategies for households at risk of displacement. We need to be able to invest in public infrastructure and facilities that stabilize communities and support a variety of community needs and cultures. We were able to go ahead and address public service priorities, and public services allow us to complement those projects that have utilized Metro Bond funds, support those activities that prioritize a road home, and support educational and outreach activities. These provide a vast array of support services through public services activities. They're created to meet the needs of the low-income community. To support the workforce training for low-income households and those identified with homeless mitigation activities, and to support the educational and outreach activities, focusing on landlord-tenant and fair housing activities, as Jenny and Mari both addressed previously.
And I would just like to add the comment that for at least those first two bullets on this slide, this is where the measure for permanent supportive housing on the May ballot comes in, is to provide those services, because we know what to do and how to do it. We just need to scale it up to meet the community need. I don't know the measure number. I haven't paid attention to that, but I could look at the voters pamphlet since it's now available. Yeah, thank you.
We also need to focus on special needs and populations. Who are those that are underserved? Is it due to the age, disability, income, or their life experiences? And how can we assist with these specialized needs? And this includes populations that are elderly and frail elderly, people with physical, cognitive, and developmental disabilities, people with mental illness, substance abuse challenges, including those that are in justice involved, adults and at-risk youth experiencing homelessness, including the youth that are leaving the foster system. The Housing Division does have a program with their obtaining new vouchers for those youth that are exiting, and these special needs populations are able to be supported through these funds as well. Larger families, agricultural workers and families, as well as extremely low and very low low-income households.
Everything listed here on this slide feels very present in facing this pandemic. And what we've been hearing from Marnie with the EOC and all the different branches of that, and trying to meet the needs of our community. Thank you.
Which takes us to the next point. Not everything can be foretold. We are going to have special situations or unforeseen events. The pandemics that we're experiencing, this COVID-19 stimulus funding that's coming through. And in an effort to address all the changes that may occur, changes can be made to the plan. It isn't a static document. We are able to go through, and if we are presented with a situation that we need to make those changes, we can go ahead and with our citizen participation plan and the guidance from HUD to be able to go through and have those addressed as we need. With all of the consultations that we held, with all of the conversations that we had with our nonprofit partners, with our community partners, we were able to go ahead and establish the 6 outlined goals and priorities that you see in front of you. These goals include addressing homelessness. The priority needs include addressing homelessness, our neighborhood and community development, economic development, public services, housing, and the special needs and populations. So what we took with our consolidated plan is we have these areas that we want to focus and then make an effort and a focus and a drive to be able to meet each year the needs that are established out within this 5-year plan. So the second part of the consolidated plan document includes the action plan. And it is the first year of that 5-year cycle, and what are we going to be doing with the funds, how are we going to be addressing it, and where are we going to be getting them? The document outlines what we'll be doing for the first year in that plan, and the action plan is the result of the 2020 application cycle, the PAB approval, and the outlines the projects to be contracted within the first year of funding. So for the annual allocations, they have been provided to us. Those numbers have been provided to us by HUD. And the Community Development Block Grant was increased a bit this year. The annual award amount was $2,228,635. The consortium's Home Investment Partnership Program was $1,719,171. And the Emergency Solutions Grant was $192,189. The CDBG dollars are, as I said, these are specific to the Washington County area, not including the cities of Beaverton and Hillsborough. The home dollars are a consortia based upon the entire county, and the Emergency Solutions Grant is also based to the entire county. The COVID-19 stimulus dollars will be based and distributed based upon their funding source. So if there is funding that comes directly through the CDBG program, it'll again be addressed to Washington County with the exclusion of the city of Hillsborough. If it goes to ESG, it'll be entitled to the entire county. This year, applicants were given the choice between applying for a 3-year project or a 1-year project. The 3-year projects that were awarded are guaranteed a set amount annually for 3 years based upon allocation. 1-year projects are to be completed by June 30th of 2021. This year, we had 10 applications for the 3-year cycle, and of those, 5 were funded. We had 10 applications for the 1-year cycle. So this year, the Office of Community Development, with the assistance of the CDBG HUD funds, will be providing a 3-year grant to Community Action Organization for their emergency rent assistance program. Boys and Girls Aid has applied for and received funding for 2 of their programs, the Safe Place Youth Shelter, as well as Transitional Living Services. Transitional Living Services help them go from homeless to a secured roof. Washington County DAVES, through the Disabled Aging and Veteran Services, the Housing Stability Fund, that was awarded a 3-year grant. Home Plate Youth Services, their Connections for Youth program was also awarded a 3-year grant. All of those 3-year grants are $30,000 a year for each year for 3 years, again, based upon funding availability. The last activity that is funded to support the homeless activities was Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon, their Second Home program, and that was a 1-year grant in the amount of $30,000. To support our priorities of neighborhood and community development activities, we had 1 application for public facility, and that was NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness of Washington County, and that is a facility upgrade. And the 1-year grant was $452,000, $554, and we also include the expenses that are incurred as a result of monitoring for compliance with Davis-Bacon on these infrastructure and public facility projects. We did have 3 applications for infrastructure. We were able to award funding to 2 of them. 2 of the applications came from the city of Cornelius. We were able to fund 1 of their projects, and that is for the 4th Avenue area and the 20th Avenue area to support sidewalk improvement. That is a 1-year, again, to be completed by June of 2021, and that was in the amount of $225,000. City of Forest Grove doing improvements along D Street, which includes sidewalk. There are some sewer attachments, homes that are currently on septic. They'll be able to go ahead and connect into the city system. And that was, again, a 1-year in the amount of $217,554, again, with the additional $10,000 for each project to be applied to the Davis-Bacon. The public service activities, Virginia Garcia Memorial Foundation is a migrant summer camp program. Good Neighbor Center with their child care preschool program. Both of those were funded for 1 year in the amount of $30,000. Fair Housing Council of Oregon with their Fair Housing Outreach and Education is a 1-year grant in the amount of $6,902. We also provide resident service funding to SEPA and Bienestar, and both of these were in the amount of $22,433. And they provide services to their residents via an outreach coordinator within their offices. And they can be anything from homework assistance to employment assistance, rental mitigation if they're having problems, things such as this. We also have a new program that Jenny has spearheaded and really put a lot of effort and time and interest into, and this is a program that we have established with Work Systems and with the SNAP 50/50 Employment Initiative, and this is a 1-year grant in the amount of $50,000, and this is going to assist in the development of employment opportunities for those who are low at risk.
Can I ask a question on this category? For the public services activities, were they limited to 1-year grants?
They had the option if they wanted to do a 1-year or a 3-year grant. They didn't have to they didn't have to only have that. The condition is if they were awarded a one-year grant, they would not be able to apply for a three-year grant the next year for that same program, or do I have that backward? Okay, so they were given the option of either.
Oh, okay, so if they got one 3-year grant, that was the only program they could get for the entire 3 years. Okay, got it. Thank you. And I assume that all these are the grants through the work that you went through with Zoom grants and the process with the PAB?
Yes, that
in
is
February?
correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is correct. And actually, our PAB meeting on Thursday will be presenting them the action plan and requesting their approval to submit that. Addressing housing activities as the next priority, we were able to go ahead and have 5 programs funded. The Office of Community Development manages a program called the Hardy Program, which is home access and repair for the elderly. And that is 1-year funding in the amount of $150,000. We also have the Housing Rehab Program, $115,000, $720. Community Action Organization with their self-help weatherization, that is a 1-year grant in the amount of $25,000. And also with Community Action Organization comprehensive weatherization with the amount of $20,000. We are also able to provide funding to Rebuilding Together for their safe and healthy housing in the amount of $10,000. This year with the special needs population priority, we were able to go ahead and address that priority and that need with funding approval with $30,000 being awarded to daytime enrichment activity and recreation, the transportation services for the profoundly disabled. What these funds will do is they will assist them in purchasing a adaptive van to be able to go ahead and pick their clients up and take them to services that they would not be able to attend due to transportation issues, either with where they are served or where they live and where the transportation networks serve, or based upon their income, or their disability, rather.
Obviously, that was not a new van at $30,000.
No, they do have, they have pledged match funds and an additional $30,000, so, yeah. They might have gotten a little fiat, one at a time for that if it were brand new, but no. They do have matching funds towards that, and at this point, I believe it was a 1 or 2-year-old vehicle that they were looking to purchase for that. With our home program, in 2020, we did not have any applications for any new developments. And part of that we feel was related to the Metro Bond program. And a lot of the developers were waiting to see when the funds would be released from the county, from the different cities, determining where they'd be able to fall into their funding cycle. So this year we had unobligated funds. These 2020 funds will roll forward to assist with the Metro Bond construction to be able to support and fill in with the next cycle from there. We also utilize home funds to build resources within the community, and by providing these community development community housing development organizations, of which we have 2 that are certified within the county, SEPA as well as Banastar, we were able to provide funding to them to support their personnel expenses that will be able to help them develop projects as they're coming in the next couple of years. And both SEPA and Banastar were able to obtain home funding in the amount of $42,979.
Can I pause and ask a question here? When I looked at the material in the packet and I saw that the rollover funds would go to the Affordable Housing Bond Construction Program, I stepped back for a second and wondered, now mind you, I don't have any idea what the dollars are, and the Metro dollars, no, these aren't the Metro dollars, these are home dollars. I was wondering, why not take all of the application cycle funds, the unobligated ones, and then just roll those into more money for the CHODOs? And what discussion might have occurred around that?
Well, it's not a matter of not rolling it into the CHODOs, it's a matter of the fact that they don't have any projects available or ready to put to the ground yet.
Missed that all-important fact. Thank you.
So that's why, the purpose of supporting the Chodos is so that they're able to go ahead and develop a plan and a project to be able to go ahead and put on the ground in the next couple of years. Okay? And the final slide that I have for you is the ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant, and their homeless activities. And the allocation to Community Action Organization for the Rapid Rehousing Program is a little over $192,000, and Office of Community Development retains 7.5% of that for administrative costs. Are there any questions that I can address for you? Thank you.
Were there any comments that Commissioner Treese, being our representative and going through the application process, that you want to share with us?
Well, yes, and I'm sure Commissioner Scouten, this is my first year, and I know you spent many years in this role, but I am amazed at the amount of work that the staff does. I'm amazed at how effective the processes are with our Zoom grant process, everything. I will admit, a bit flummoxed by the magnitude of the con plan and how that all works, but I'll get better at that. But I just want to say thank you to the three of you for the work that you've done and the guidance that you've provided to the PAB. The other thing I want to say to our commission is the commitment of the PAB members is very real. It's very intense. They don't miss meetings. They show up. They host meetings, and it's good to be a part of it. It feels good. It feels right. So thank you for the work that you do.
Yeah, nothing has changed.
I would just like to add that we've only talked about the Washington County portion of this tonight, which is the right thing. But this has been a very collaborative effort between Beaverton and Hillsborough and county staff. And it's been really an amazing process, and we are completely in sync. We thought we were done with the planning, and then COVID happened, so we've all kind of regrouped again and are having those conversations about what our response will be with CDBG and Emergency Solutions Grant. So it's been an excellent team, and Anne and Mari and Andre and Lauren and everybody who you don't see here today has been an active participant.
Well, thank you for the work that you do each and every week, not just for this whole boatload of analysis that you've done for this latest version of the consolidated plan and your 5-year action plan with the specificity through all these applications of this next 1 year. But I realize and appreciate the level of expertise and passion that you all bring to this work, because you are helping members of our community lead better lives and ensure that they and their families have a brighter future. So thank you for helping me learn more about the great work that you've been doing and putting all this information together. Andre, if you're still on the phone, thank you for continuing to teach me how to take data and put it into practice in our community through this space. You've been teaching me for well over a decade now, and it will keep going.
One last thing.
This is Andre. Thank you.
One last thing I'd like to say too is that the other thing that's impressive is how far the people that we allocate the money to can stretch those dollars, how they make them go as far as they possibly can, and that's. And I was joking when I talked about the van, but the reality is that they're going to be looking at every opportunity to get best value every single time. So that's feels good as well.
Thank you. I know it was a tremendous amount of information that you shared with us today. Thank you for your patience in laying it all out for us and certainly addressing my questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We do have one last item for today, and that is the proposal for the Washington County Emergency Small Business Assistance Program. Thank you, Alex, for hanging in there with us. I know that you and Commissioner Treese, Commissioner Willie, Mr. Southgate, who I assume is on the telephone with us now, or not. Aaron Doyle and Chris Steffenbach as well have all done a lot of research into how do we help those in our community, particularly the business owners, get some relief from this sudden, really sudden onset of this pandemic, just as we seem to be leading towards a recession. But really, this pandemic just totally took the plunge. So we have each received a proposal document. So take us through however you would like to for a summary.
Madam Chair and members of the board, so last night I shared the draft of what we've been working on. I'm happy to answer any questions or take any input that you might have. As noted in the document, we were able to stretch our limited funds that we're putting into this a little bit further by partnering with with some community development financial institutions. One of them will be administering the grant portion of this, and that's we're going to be putting in about $300,000 into that function. And that same CDFI will also be providing loans using the capital that we're putting in up to $10,000. The second CDFI will be providing loans between $10,000 and $25,000 from a pool of money. We're going to be providing about $250,000 to them to hold as a loan loss reserve so that they can lend up to $750,000 in loans. And so we've got grants targeted toward our most vulnerable, smallest businesses, and then assistance up to $10,000 in the form of a loan for a little bit larger operations, and then operations that need between $10,000 and $25,000 will be able to get some assistance as well. The loan, we're trying to finalize contracts today or tomorrow. We're in the process of doing that, and so I don't want to share the specific terms, but they are very favorable. Both organizations work with businesses that are hard to bank, and so they, but specifically the CDFI that works with the smaller enterprises is able to, they don't have a lot of hard and fast rules about what they can and can't approve. They take businesses on a case-by-case basis and really work with them to find out what their needs are and what their capacity is for repaying these loans. The interest rate is lower than you would find at an average bank, and this is sort of a way to help businesses that are either not going to qualify for SBA type assistance, or as noted earlier, the SBA process is not running smoothly as a lot of businesses would hope, and so this is our attempt to try and fill that gap, that need. So it's an evolving project, and we're still open to receiving input, but we've got enough now that we can start to finalize some of the finer points with the two CDFIs, and are beginning to put the final touches on a communications strategy for getting that out. We are sensitive about releasing the date at which we're going to start receiving applications, because we want to approach this through an equity lens, and understanding that some of our more disadvantaged community members are going to have a harder time finding out about this and applying, and so we're preparing plans for doing outreach and technical assistance through our 5 main community-based organizations that are in VAN, the Vision Action Network. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. My large systemic questions got answered, so I appreciate that. So now we're down to the nits that you might consider. Physically located, I'm not sure what that might mean, so you might want to crisp that up a little bit. I'm just throwing it out. That could be a post office box, for instance, and saying my business is located there, but I live somewhere else. And that's frequently done by small businesses because they don't really have a place. So you might just want to say if does the business have to be located in Washington County. Down below where you say 3 to 5, 3 employees anytime during the year, I think that's a good start. Can they be related? So could somebody say it's my wife, myself, and my son or my daughter? And so I don't know if you care about that. And I don't really know if we care about that, but it doesn't,
Madam,
if that's what you want to do.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Rogers, so these types of questions are definitely things that we've considered, and as you might imagine, there are a lot of different opinions, a lot of different ways that you might approach this, and so we're trying to keep it simple for both for ourselves and also for the businesses that are applying and our partner. But I do take your point about physically located. We're working with our CDFI partners to ensure that the businesses are in fact located in Washington County, and getting to that finer point of P.O. Box versus a public-facing store. For example, originally we had thought about requiring that they have a storefront, but there are businesses that are run out of people's homes and other things that we took into consideration. And so we will continue to refine to make sure it's a business that's physically located in Washington County and serves Washington County residents. And what was your, remind me your second?
Well, the second one had to do, could it be related?
Oh, number of
We're
employees.
trying to help a number
Yes.
of employees, maybe from different families.
Yes, so I'm not concerned with their familial or relational status, but wanting to make sure that they are in fact a full-time equivalent employee, and so we're working with the CDFI on the documents that they would require to show how many employees they have.
My last one is, and again, I appreciate how difficult this is to fashion anything, but under the allowed expenditures, there's a number of small businesses who need supplies and equipment. Was that something that we wouldn't consider? Let's say you had a small yard business or a small janitorial business or a lot of things. Payroll costs may be more minimal because you have yourself and maybe another relative that's working real hard. You do have rent and mortgage and utilities, but you also have cleaning supplies, you might have yard supplies, you might have lots of different things. And they don't have a lot, but I mean, another 4,000 or 5,000 one way or another might mean whether they make it or not. So anyway, for your committee, I just throw those ideas out.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Rogers, we did consider adding supplies and materials needed to continue operations, as well as costs related to converting to COVID compliant guidelines, and so social distancing and cleaning products and that kind of thing, sanitizing products. But one of the things we noticed is that a lot of the other programs were limited to payroll costs, rent, utility, and mortgage, and some of the federal guidelines that are coming out are closely tracking that way, and so we wanted to make sure that we were in line with what the federal and state programs are proposing, so that if there is an opportunity for reimbursement, that we're able to take advantage of that. The other consideration was that these businesses can also shift their costs around, right? So if they're able to get some help with payroll and rent and utilities, then they could shift costs over to those other costs that they need to take.
You're on your way to being an accountant.
I've learned quite a bit in the last few weeks, yes.
So I appreciated both the conversation that we had last week where you spoke about these two particular expert companies to work with as partners, and the way that you've done the research into other programs and how to balance the need to get this program out quickly to meet the demand, while at the same time getting the timing right so that we're able to get money to folks who might otherwise not have the opportunity. So really thank you for following through on that equity aspect of it. Commissioner Schouten and I each received an email about how some of our affordable housing and services nonprofits are also CDFIs, but given the work that we do, we don't talk about it in that context. What I'm just looking for is so that as the program is announced, that you'll have information available through the communications effort website, however you're going to do it, that it just helps answer the question about why these particular two, MISO and Craft 3. much like what you spoke about last week and you touched on briefly today. As simple as that.
Good advice.
Just a couple of sentences, a paragraph. I think will provide enough of the context for folks to know that in times of emergencies, we have to pick the players that we know have the expertise we need and that can put the program into action as swiftly as possible in order to help address the pain that is felt in our communities. So hats off to you for having the brain share of these last few weeks to do the examination of all kinds of different options. I really do appreciate it. And as Alex and I talked briefly, I just had a couple of questions about what does this mean, what does that mean, and he was able to address them right off the bat. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for the feedback. We'll definitely include information about why CDFIs and why these particular two. I think that is important. We've also taken note of the feedback that we've gotten from the public about more communication, and so using this as an opportunity to communicate with the public and with hard-to-reach populations, and using it as a way to get a positive message out to the community who right now is under a lot of stress and fearful, and so using this as an opportunity to convey some positive messages about resiliency and that this too shall pass.
So I'd like to, in closing, just say thank you to the group that we pulled together. Thank you to Steve for Mr. Rhodes, for your help when we had a few questions down the road. And it was a lot of hard work. Everybody in the group participated actively, and it was just well done. Alex, you did a great job, and Commissioner Willie, it was good to work with you with your expertise on these issues too. So thank you.
Well, as any project, you start into it and you find out there's more to it than meets the eye, but Alex and everybody really worked hard about vetting all of that out. I think the next critical point from my standpoint, and again, I'm working with a few people on the SBA loans, and yes, they're complex, and quite frankly, I'm not sure small businesses will be able to work through that maze, but hopefully they will. But timing is really, really important now, I think, and so I'll be really happy when we can say we hit the go button and we go live, and we're working really hard to make sure we throw out that big net and give everyone opportunity, because, like I said, federal programs are federal programs. We didn't want to be like one of those, so hopefully we're not.
And to that end, one other thing, we could not have come up with the design without John Southgate, without his work, and without his relationships. So his relationships to the CDFIs, to the people in the community that had the knowledge base was just extremely helpful. The other piece, frankly, it was the chair's idea to work with Work Systems, Inc. and identify a person there that will help our small businesses navigate the federal and state opportunities. So thank you for your contribution as well.
Well, and I thought of that yesterday when I was trying to work through the SBA maze, and I thought this person could be biting off more than she wanted initially, but we've tried to front load those so she spends more time available on that. But I think when we put that word out, she's going to be a busy person. So hope she knows her stuff.
Well, maybe there's opportunity there for other philanthropic dollars to come in with other additional resources if the need is there.
I'm sorry.
No, because we've seen over the weeks Meyer Memorial Trust, Intel, Nike, PGE, and others have brought resources to bear. So you just never know.
Madam Chair, to that point, John Southgate's actually in communication with somebody from OCF to see if there's a possibility of doing a little bit more.
Well, so John, if you're on the line, good work. Thank you.
What about the issues of staff, sort of ongoing staff involvement, county staff involvement, oversight, keeping track of the loans,
Madam
repayments?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Scouten. So the CDFIs, actually, that's why one of the big reasons we're partnering with them is they'll be able to monitor the loan portion of it to ensure that we're lending to folks that are that need the funds and have a good plan for moving forward. And once one of the other benefits of this model is that once that money is repaid, it will become sort of a revolving loan fund. So through one of the CDFIs, we're going to park our money, and it's going to be a loan loss reserve, allowing them to lend 3 times as much money. The other CDFI will lend our dollars as they come in, but then when it's repaid, it will become a sort of a type of reserve to allow them to leverage other potentially federal funds to lend, again, additional dollars beyond what we have with them.
Okay, but then and I guess the follow-up question would be in terms of our involvement, staff level, in terms of with these CDFIs, in terms of how they're, the feedback or sort of an audit or sort of ongoing work with them, not micromanaging their loans, but what's going to be the interface with us and the CDFIs?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Scouten, so we're learning as we go. This is new, as I think I might have mentioned before, economic development is a new function for the county, and so this is provided an opportunity to, every crisis is an opportunity as well, and so we're doing what we can to increase our capacity in that regard. And so we're learning as we go, we're problem solving as we go, and we will definitely, as this is looking like it might be a longer term sustainable program, looking at how we manage that in the long run. Yes.
And I would add to that our contracts group is building the contracts that we'll be signing with the CDFIs, and in the short term, John Southgate will be getting the reports, and we will understand through him what's happening. As we develop into our economic development department, any ongoing work would go to that group. Does that answer your question,
Yes.
Dick?
Yeah.
Thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner Scout.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members.
So my suggestion would be that we do have the IT team here. If you have any questions about Zoom security, we could have Chris Gensler, our interim IT manager, answer any of those questions about security. But otherwise, we can handle the training and getting you all online between now and next week. Chair, in particular, you, since you'll end up chairing that meeting. Yeah.
Sorry, need to use my mic. So I have 2 needs. One is my system is messed up right now, but I can work offline with IT to get it fixed. But really what I'm wondering about is it's very different to chair a meeting when I'm physically in the room with many of you and having just 1 or 2 on the phone, because like last week, I tried to be very deliberate about going to the phone and seeing if we had questions. I think with some of our presentations today, they were good presentations, but long presentations. And so if I have a situation like that, I might have to, as chair, pause the presentation and see if there are questions. But Zoom does have the raise your hand. So I just want to make sure, it's one thing to be able to look around and when we don't have masks on to see our faces. That was the interesting thing in today's business, not being able to tell when someone wanted to talk. So I just want to make sure that whether I'm remote or we're all remote, that process-wise it goes smooth enough for all of you to feel that it's a productive meeting. And I know that with the Get Moving 2020, with the two co-chairs running it and having like 30 some odd people on the task force, that they made it work, so.
And I've had a fair amount of experience now with this platform, and I would highly recommend that you have a partner that's actually moderating the meeting for you and managing the raise the hand pieces and that type, so that, and maybe it's Kathy Jacoby, somebody who's watching the chats and who is watching the raise the hand, so that you are a participant in the meeting. If that isn't happening, it's really difficult to do both roles. So I would recommend that we have an additional person. You may be already thinking along those lines.
The nice thing is, first, I just have to do a big thank you to our IT staff. They have had such a heavy lift since COVID set in. We have had to, there you go, they've turned this organization on a dime in terms of how we've done our work remotely, and I know you continue to have a heavy lift. So this is a chance to say thank you to them. The other piece is that they have been working through different scenarios for how you all could do Zoom. They have figured out how some of you could stay in the room if you want, and some of you work remotely. You could all go remote. Some of you could stay in the room. Some of you could do by phone. It's amazing what they've been able to put together in terms of keeping options open for you. So if you'd prefer to chair from here, you could do that.
Well,
but we can figure that out
prefer
offline.
to. My husband prefers
Prefers
the
you
other,
not to.
opposite.
That's right.
To be pretty clear about it. And then the other thing that's really important to me is to make sure that like in our business meeting, with our work session meeting, if that's done through video conference and Zoom, we can mute anyone from the public who is listening, no problem, right? Because we don't take public participation in work session. Then in our business meeting, we have just particular times when folks from the public can speak. And so I know in 2 of the Zoom meetings I've been at, there have been panelists, and so we would be panelists, and then when others are invited to speak, I want to make sure I understand the procedures for doing that. So it's all my figuring out how to make sure I'm following some good procedures so that we end up having a productive meeting in the work that we do for the public, while also following all the lawyerly legal stuff.
So again, I might recommend that our moderator or whomever talk with Metro, because we went through exactly the same situation with the Get Moving 2020. As it turns out, we didn't have public comment on Zoom, but we did have written testimony that I read as a co-chair. So there's different ways to do that. The other thing that I would encourage my fellow commissioners to do is be very careful where you are in your home location if you are doing this, because this will be broadcast to a wide group. I would advise you to make sure you're comfortable with your internet access. I've unfortunately had to move during one of the meetings when the internet access in my home wasn't as strong, or the Wi-Fi signal wasn't as strong. I've had my husband walk behind me and open the refrigerator, which I was not happy about. So my point is, think about these things and how the light is on you. Because this is a situation where you're going to be in front of the public. So I really strongly recommend that.
So we can take this offline, Chair, and work with you on some of the procedures that IT has developed about how to handle public testimony, because I think that these are the 2 things that we're going to gain with Zoom, right? One is that you all can work remotely, and the other is that the public can dial in or Zoom in remotely, right? Those are the 2 things we gain, and so we can take this offline. Do you want to have Chris talk a little bit about security of Zoom, since that's such a big issue right now? Just so you can hear a little bit about that. And then, Chris, anything else you think they need to know?
Well, let me start by, a lot of the concerns you brought up, we've kind of worked through. We watched Clackamas and a couple of the others that have gone to Zoom, and try to learn from that. So I think we do have our recommendation is you have a moderator, somebody that can manage that piece of it. So I think we will have addressed at least a lot of the concerns that we can think of. One of the big things I know that's out there is, Zoom went from 10 million to 200 million users pretty much overnight. So they're seeing the results of that. And when you have 200 million people, you find a lot of things that you didn't when you had 10 million. So I would say the security things you're reading about Zoom really fall into three main categories. The first is affects the meeting experience, and that is Zoom bombing, where people can come into the meeting and do things to the meeting. A lot of that happens on their meeting product. Zoom has really two products. They have meetings and webinars. In meetings, you don't have the same level of control over, and that's one of the reasons why we're not using Teams for this, is you just don't have a level of control. You need to make sure that those people can't come into the meeting and take it over or put something up on the desktop that is inappropriate. So we're using the Zoom webinar product, and it has a lot tighter controls. So the panel, everybody will come in and be promoted to a certain set of rights. The general public won't have the ability to do anything other than raise their hand. So you can't really bomb the meeting in this scenario. The most the public can do is get into the meeting, but they can't present a desktop, they can't do anything. So the meetings using the webinar piece will kind of address all of those meeting experience things you hear about. There were two other really categories. One is kind of the information component of it. There was Zoom had some of their meetings running through Chinese servers, which would raise a concern. The meetings that we're talking about hosting are public meetings. It's whatever goes across the data stream is the same thing you would see on YouTube at the end of the meeting. So we're not concerned about that aspect of it. If we were hosting internal meetings, then yeah, it would probably have a higher concern with using Zoom. But what we're planning on using it for, that would not be a concern. And then the third piece is there are some deficiencies in the software itself. Their initial installers had malware included, and most of that has been remediated. On the good side, Zoom has stopped all development, and they're focusing on, for the next 90 days, on fixing a lot of these security concerns. And we've already gotten multiple version updates since we've signed up, and they are fixing a lot of those things. By the time we go live, I would anticipate a lot of the security concerns will be addressed. We have some, pretty robust antivirus and other mechanisms in place that we feel confident that we can put the Zoom client out there and without any additional security risks or concerns for the county. So those are the three main areas. Happy to address anything else if you guys have heard of something or you had a particular concern coming out of all the news stories.
And the one note I'd add to Chris's report, you all have an executive session on your docket for next week. We would take the executive session off of Zoom. We would not do executive sessions on Zoom. So we'll figure out an alternative for that.
We do it by conference call?
Yes. I assume that's what we'd end up doing, so, yeah. And that would just address the security concerns.
So it just sounds like I need to have a session, how to sit down in the next couple of days with somebody.
Yes. We'll get that scheduled.
Okay. Hopefully I won't fumble it too much. Pressure's on.
Well, and
I think everybody is so patient on these, in these situations. That's what we found, that when you do it the first time, there's a lot of learning, and every audience that I've dealt with has been very patient about that. And it's surprisingly easy, so I doubt that we'll have any issues, but at the same time, I think that everyone understands that we're doing our best to stay safe, let people stay home, and still provide access.
And the good thing is you have tomorrow, or next week is just a work session. That's kind of our test, right? You don't actually have to accept public testimony for 2 weeks. So you'll have a chance to kind of test it out next week, which is good. Yep.
Cool. Great.
What-
Anything else?
What are our sort of respective thoughts and plans? Are we all planning to be remote next week, or what?
I think my husband and I are still negotiating that. I like the once-a-week change of pace myself.
I do too, actually. I'd like to just check my inbox and just kind of make sure that everything's okay at the office, at least once a week.
I happen to like working with all of you.
Yeah, there's that too.
I think all of us are gonna, it's gonna be dependent on how we're doing too.
Yeah.
On our personal
Well,
health
yeah,
and,
yeah,
and
well,
those issues as well.
And what our state of health is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Of course.
Ellen, Board Clerk. I think that the important thing is just to let us know what you plan to do based on your individual situations so that we can let folks know and be prepared for that. That would be great. The sooner you know, the better. Thank you. Got rid of her. Just kidding. She had a medical appointment, so I'm filling in.
Oh. Okay, well, without further ado, I think we're adjourned for our work session of today. Great day, folks. Thanks very much.